Good morning, everybody. My name is Dan Weaver. I'm the Assistant Commissioner for Business and Support Services at the Coordinating Board. Thank you for coming. This is a little bit of an experiment today because normally we would hold this training off-site, but we wanted to make it available online, and we felt like we had the technology and the capability of doing that here. So thank you for the folks that are here in the audience. We are waiting for some folks to show up, but the first part of the meeting is more of an overview so that people can catch up fairly quickly, and then when we get into the real details of the rest of the day, hopefully everybody will be here. Folks online, I don't know that we have a mechanism for you to ask questions. I think all the materials were sent out, so I know that folks that would normally come to a meeting like this have access to the materials that we're going to be going through. Jot down your questions and send them to some of the email addresses that we'll provide later. That might work out the best. We have a few coordinating board staff here now, but I think we'll have many of the others will be making their way in and out during the session. So if you have folks that you normally deal with and you want to meet them in person, this would be a good opportunity for you to do that. And I think that we'll go ahead and get started. As the day progresses, because we are going to be online, if you have questions, we're going to have microphones to come around, because if you're not on the mic, people can't hear you online. So we'll try to make that happen, so be patient. And if you want to ask a question before the mic gets to you, we'll repeat the question at the podium or wherever the folks that can answer the question so that everybody can hear the answers. And with that, I think we'll get started. So I'm just going to give a very, very quick update on the funding that resulted from the last legislative session. There's a one-page summary that's primarily the financial aid programs that the Coordinating Board manages. This is a biennial comparison. Since most of y'all live in a academic year world, this is 2 years worth of funding. So don't compare the numbers and think that it's 1 year's worth of funding. So the first column is the most recent biennium that we completed, or the one that we're getting ready to complete here in the next couple of weeks. And then 12-13 is the upcoming biennium. Specifically, I want to just kind of highlight a couple of areas here. The Texas Work Study and the TEOG programs were level funded between the last biennium and the next biennium, so that's the good news. That's the good news of this particular chart. I believe allocations for those programs have been completed, so feel free to package and distribute those funds. Texas Grant, which is the top program, was reduced by about 10%. We did get a donation from TG a couple of weeks ago of $10 million for next fiscal year that was incorporated into the allocations for next fiscal year, so we appreciate TG's generosity to help the Texas Grant program. TEG was the program that took the largest reduction that's just strictly gift aid, going from about $212 million to $169 million. Very quickly, Beyond Time was reduced. Beyond Time is primarily for renewal students. However, there are allocations that each of your institution should have. If you've been a participant in the program in the past, you can make initial awards if you have remaining allocation. Beyond that, it's going to be, for the most part, if there's any funds remaining up until about the middle of September, if you have additional requests, you can certainly make additional requests for those funds, but there isn't any guarantee that there will be any additional money left for new students for this coming academic year. So that makes sense for everybody on Beyond Time. You have an allocation, so please use it to fund your renewal students first, and then anything you have left for initial students. Okay. Top 10%, even though the funding has been reduced, we're still in a position where we're going to fund all top 10% eligible students this coming academic year. I know we're starting to process files. We're attempting to try to process files to start distributing those funds here in the next couple of weeks. The Armed Services Scholarship Program. Just real quickly, folks here, anybody have students that are Armed Services Scholarship Program students? Okay. I don't know, do we have much detail? I guess we have a slide on this later, so maybe I'll wait and we can talk about Armed Services Scholarship Program a little later in this kind of introductory presentation. I do want to talk very briefly about the Hinson Hazelwood Loan Program, the College Access Loan. We've had a demand right now is very high, although there are some institutions that have a fair amount of allocation remaining. So if you have alternative lending requirements that you would like students to avail themselves of a state program that's got many of the same benefits that the federal program does, we have a presentation on the loan program later this afternoon, so ask lots of questions of the folks that are going to be here presenting that. Any questions very specifically before I venture off of this slide and turn it over to Jane? Jane, you want to talk about programs that didn't get, no. This is a list of programs that did not receive funding in the next biennium. The list is relatively long. I won't read them all to you. Probably the most critical one, and maybe ones that y'all have gotten some phone calls on, is the Early High School Scholarship Program. Unfortunately, there was no funding appropriated for the next academic year, or for the next biennium actually. So we had a lot of students that were banking on that money being available, and it just didn't make it through the appropriations process. So if you get angry students, and we've got many angry students at the coordinating board, you know, we don't really have a whole lot of additional information to give them other than the fact that it didn't get any funding. So I'm not sure I can help you out with that at all. Again, I don't want to go through the whole list, but there were a lot of programs that did not receive any funding. The program still exists, so there's still an opportunity for funding to come back in the next biennium or in future biennia if there's funds available. So the good news is the program still exists. Right now, the bad news is that there's no funding for those programs. And now I'm going to turn it over to Jane Caldwell to talk through statutory changes.
I'm going to take another couple of minutes on the slide that we have here, just to maybe add a little more information to what Dan said. On the early high school graduation program, we quit sending out award letters back in March when we realized that this was a possibility. So we were trying not to raise expectations among the students who were submitting applications. The high school counselors were also advised that this was a possibility, so we were trying to help people understand this might come up. In spite of that, as Dan said, there are a lot of people who are surprised and unhappy about this. We think by now most of the people who were graduating this spring and were expecting to receive it in the fall hopefully have gotten the understanding that they didn't get an award letter and it's not going to happen. One of the groups that you're likely to get a lot of flack from are those students who have used some of their money but not all of it, and who are showing up in the fall hoping or expecting to use the balance of it. As Dan said, there's no funding there for the fall term. What you might be able to say to them that might make them feel a little bit better is that the program has a 6-year period of eligibility. And so it is feasible that the legislature would put money into this program at the end of this biennium for the coming biennium, for the one in 14-15, and that those students would still be in that 6-year period and be able to use the money at that time. There's absolutely no way to guarantee that's going to happen or anything, but at least it's a possibility. Again, Dan mentioned that these statutes were not repealed. All of these programs still exist on paper in the statutes, and it all depends on the funding that is made available in the future, whether that will be able to be picked up. Let's see. One other thing on the combat exemption program, and I'm not talking about the future, but now about this current year, we have good news in that we will have enough money to cover all of the reimbursement requests that we received. We had expected to have to prorate and not cover the full amounts that were requested, but we will have enough money to send that full amount, and we hope to process that within the next week and a half. So if you have those requests pending in our office, they will be honored, and you will get the full amount and not just a share of that money. The other thing that you probably are very aware of is that LEAP, SLEEP, and BIRD were also, on the federal side, eliminated starting this coming fall. So on top of these programs, we have those other three that are going to be impacting what you have to offer students. If you're wondering about the last program listed here, the Texas Career Opportunity Grant, that's a very new one that was created for the proprietary schools, and so it's only been in operation for a couple of years, and that's why you would not be familiar with that one. Any questions on these things? Okay, thank you. Statutory changes. You are going to get more detailed information about these this afternoon, but I do want to kind of go through them to give you a scope of what was happening. In general, our programs came through, except for the funding level, they came through fairly unscathed. We have a lot of sessions where they go in and tweak this, that, and the other, and it creates a lot of difficulty in I'm sure what you're trying to do. In Texas Grant, the 75% completion rate was already in our rules, so this simply just adds that to the statute and goes forward. And the rest of this is just clarification to get the statute and the rules clearly in alignment. So if you're in Texas on NTEG, I don't think you're going to see any significant change in the operations based on the passage of this particular statute. As we go along, please feel free to raise questions. You're going to get really tired of hearing my voice if that's all you're hearing this morning. TEOG, one of the best things that happened for our programs is that if you're a two-year college and you had a student who was eligible for Texas Grant, even if they didn't get a Texas Grant at your school, you couldn't give them TEOG. That was in statute. That's now been removed. If the person is eligible for Texas Grant, but you don't, they can get either TEOG or Texas Grant. Obviously, they can't get both. So at least the fact that they could have gotten a Texas Grant will not keep them from getting a TEOG if you have funds. Fifth-year accounting scholarship. As you probably know, this program has been transitioning from our office as a administrator over to the Texas State Board of Public Accountancy. 2 years ago, the administration of the program, except for funds, was moved over to TSBPA. This time, they also moved the funding. So the coordinating board really won't have any role in the administration of the program starting this fall. Now, the contact at the Texas State Board of Public Accountancy is Donna Hiller. I can give you her email address, and that is dhiller, H-I-L-L-E-R, at Texas State Board of Public Accountancy. So it's tsbpa.state.tx.us. So if you have questions about that program, she's the one to contact. Okay? The fifth-year accounting program, by the way, is not paid for by direct appropriations, so it didn't get impacted by what was going on in the legislature. It is funded through fees paid by accountants when they renew their licenses. So that program came through this process relatively unscathed. Senate Bill 639, there were a lot of bills introduced for Hazelwood this time, but the only one that passed was 639. And it had a number of provisions. You'll have a whole hour, a little bit more than an hour presentation on Hazelwood later this morning, so they'll go into more detail at that time. One of the things, though, that came up in the last session is they removed the requirement that someone be living in Texas, that the vet be living in Texas for 12 months before they use Hazelwood. But when they removed it, they didn't put in any requirement that at the time they use it, the vet be residing in Texas or be a resident at all. And so this time they changed it to say you have to be residing in Texas, which isn't saying you have to be a resident. You know, your front office might not have reclassified them as a resident yet if they've been living out of state. But if they're residing in Texas, they can go ahead and use the Hazelwood Act. The other thing is to try to put a limit on how long a person can wait to get the documentation in and still expect to get an exemption. They set a 1-year limit on that. One of the first questions that we got when the Legacy program was created that allows the veteran to assign his or her unused hours to a child was from a child whose parent had been killed in an auto accident before this program existed, and therefore before he or she could assign the hours. And she said, I'm an only child. I have no doubt that my father would have assigned these hours to me. Can I have them? And at that point in time, there was nothing in statute that would allow us to say yes. So one of the changes was to create that opportunity for the surviving spouse or legal guardian to make that assignment on behalf of the vet who dies outside the context of injury or illness related to the service. So if it's just natural causes or if they're in an accident or something, they're okay to take care of that for the child. And then the definition of child was expanded to apply to all of Hazelwood. One of the problems I've always had was the idea of a 45-year-old child whose father served in Vietnam or wherever now saying I'm a child and want to use Hazelwood. And they've created some limits to that responsibility of the program. The combat exemption was moved out of Hazelwood and put over into a section by itself. It always was kind of strange that it was buried inside 54203. And as you can see, they expanded the complexity of this program. It may well be that in the long run, we're going to have to create a combat database to track the number of hours a student has used, et cetera, et cetera. But the most important thing right now about the combat is that it's not funded for the coming 2 years. Some institutions, I understand through the grapevine, are choosing to go ahead and honor it, but they do that at their own expense. They need to understand if they choose to do that, it's at their coming out of their pocket. Okay. These are the peace officer and firefighter exemption suddenly became very, very complicated last year. In 2009, they passed a law that created the peace officer exemption. It didn't exist before 2009. And it added some additional provisions to the firefighter exemption. And there were 2 bills that were introduced, both of them changing 54208, and they both passed. And everyone said, great, then we're going to end up with these 2 programs. Well, one of the bills passed 24 hours after the other bill, and so it trumped the other bill and would have overridden the language in the first bill had it been left as it was at that time. So what happened in this session was that they passed 2 new bills, or a bill, excuse me, that created those 2 exemptions as separate statutes. So they're not competing for the same 54208. They have their separate statutes, and so everything is now as they intended it, intended it to be 2 years ago. In your handout, you'll have some information about this. We have a frequently asked question thing about it. The peace officer exemption starts this fall, and I'm sure you're getting some questions about it. The eligibility or the programs that are subject to these exemptions, both the firefighter and the peace officer, are programs that your institution identifies as being related to fire science or law enforcement or criminal justice, okay? Early high school. The main thing that changed in early high school, again, the basic statute for the program wasn't touched or was only slightly changed. Main thing was the funding mechanism. Early high school, TANF, and and educational aid all receive their money from the foundation program, which is the source that's used for K through 12 education. And what happened is with the budget crunch, they passed a law that changed and said that these programs could not get funding from the foundation program. And for early high school, it changed the wording to say it will come from a direct appropriation by the legislature for this specific purpose. Unfortunately, although that language was put in there, they didn't put any money in there. And that's why this program will not be active for the next couple of years. The wording in the bill of House Bill 3708 made us hope that the kids who were in the pipeline prior to the passage of this bill would be able to get their money in the future because it left them with the foundation program source. But then there was nothing put in the Appropriations Act to allow TEA to transfer money to us for that purpose. So that's why we end up with both of them in the trouble. We're able to fund this year because TEA had funding authority to transfer money to us this summer, but not for the fall term and so forth. So we are hoping that this might change in 2 years, but that will be up to the legislature. That same bill changed the educational aid exemption program. It said it's not going to be funded through the foundation program, but rather through gifts and donations. At this point in time, we have no gifts and donations, so we do not expect this program to be active in the next 2 years. There is a statute that indicates specifically that institutions are not obligated to make these awards if the money is not there to reimburse them. So although you may choose to do so, you're under no obligation to do it, okay? One of the questions that comes up about educational aid is that there is a provision, not in this statute, but in another one dealing with student teaching, that if you have gotten one of these at any time in the past while you're getting your bachelor's degree, that you're exempted from student teaching. Obviously, no one will be gaining eligibility for that during the next 2 years. But unless that other statute has been deleted, those who previously got this award would still meet that provision for having their student teaching waived. I do not know if that other legislation or the other statute was changed, and we're trying to find that out. It's not a part of the statute that deals with the coordinating board. It's not under our purview. But we'll try to get an answer to that and get it out to you. But the big deal is a lot of the persons who were counting on this were also counting on having their student teaching waived. And so we'll try to get clarification. If they did not repeal that statute, then those people would still, who got it in the past, would still meet the requirement for that waiver. And we'll get information out to you. And then TANF was the other one in that same piece of legislation, same as educational aid in that they pulled it out of the foundation program, but unlike educational aid, they created no alternate source. So this one is simply dead in the water. Again, there's a statute indicating you're not obligated to make these awards if there's no money there. Okay, there were two other things in 3708 that I can just mention. One is the public junior college school district partnership program to provide dropout recovery. Just comes trippingly off the tongue. Dan, do you have any idea if this was funded or if anything's happening with it? Okay. All I can basically tell you at this time is that it's not assigned to the grants and special programs area, and if we get additional information about it, we'll share it with you. Obviously, it would apply only to the two-year colleges, and perhaps possibly just the community colleges. The second one is a matter of concern and for everybody. It is an amendment in the statutes dealing with the Texas Save and Match program, which is a part of that nest of programs that are the Texas Tomorrow Fund, the Higher Education Savings Plan, and so forth. And nested in this fairly large piece of legislation was wording that a person could not a person's assets in this savings plan or Texas Tomorrow and so forth could not impact their eligibility for state aid, which would indicate that when you're doing need analyses for students who have these kinds of programs, you need to adjust the federal methodology dealing with the treatment of assets. I don't know how you even recognize who has these programs. It may be that your business office, if they're using that to help pay for it, can notify you that that is the case. And I'm just bringing this to your attention. If any of you figure out how you're going to do that, it'd be good to share with your peers, because this is not could be a complex thing for you to have to cope with. To make you maybe feel a little bit better, they did the same kind of thing in the treatment of Medicare, and also a lot of other benefits they're having to be, when they're judging eligibility for those benefits, they're also having to exclude these resources. So they didn't pick out financial aid and target it. It's all kinds of benefits going to individuals in Texas. They're trying to just keep these programs from having a negative impact. They don't want a person to choose not to go into one of these savings programs because of the way it might impact the calculations in these other areas. So their intent was good. They probably have no idea how complex this might be for you to follow up on. Okay. How many of you have are at an public institution? Well, how many of you are at public institutions? Would you raise your hands? And how many at private? Okay. One of the things that has changed over time is the existence of installment plans at public institutions for paying tuition and fees. It used to be that wasn't necessary. Public institutions were so inexpensive that no one even thought about installment plans. The private institutions have had installment options for a long time. Several years ago, as tuition and fees started rising in the state of Texas, a bill was passed, I think it was 2005, that added some flexibility to the installment process. It used to be that if you paid installments, and all public institutions had the authority to do that but were not required to, you would pay half up front and you'd have 2 quarter payments, and those were the only options available for the payment. What this bill does, House Bill 1341, is basically say you've got to get something before the first census date and then get the rest of it paid before the end of the semester. I mean, it couldn't be more flexible. The other thing it does, which we didn't have before, is it allows you to do installment plans for shorter terms shorter than 10 weeks, so you could do it in the summertime. In our current environment of economic woes, there are a heck of a lot of families who could benefit from having this flexible installment plan. Now, if you are trying to deal especially with middle-income families, this may be one of your best tools to help them attend your institution. When you look at it from a business office standpoint versus a financial aid or enrollment standpoint, you may have some conflict of interest. And so getting your business office to decide to do this, it's an option, it's not a requirement. Getting them to be as flexible as this would allow them probably is going to take some negotiation within your institution. Probably some, the business office, financial aid, admissions, enrollment management, all of those need to get together probably in that discussion, because you can't undo your funds flow, but the more you can add in the flexibility of paying by installment, the more help you can give a lot of families who may have trouble getting that lump sum amount to you at the right time. Okay? Are any of you at an institution that has a pretty flexible system now? No? I can remember calling someone on a weekend, or I sent an email. I was working at home, and I sent an email to an aid officer, and she responded right away. And I said, "What are you doing working at this hour of the weekend?" And she said, "If I don't come up with some aid to help these kids, they're going to be dropped from all their classes on Monday." And I said, "Well, what about the installment plan?" And she said, "Our business office won't do it. I mean, we can't afford, These are institutional decisions, but you have a tool here that might really help in those circumstances. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, that's not yet on.
Now it is. One of the things that we're doing is that our business office has allowed us to waive the first payment if they have any accepted aid, which has been a great help to students, and they don't even make it to be equivalent to 25%. It's just any amount that is accepted, and that's helped immensely, especially if we're trying to complete verification on a student and they have a scholarship. That scholarship will take care of that first payment, but that's something that our business office has agreed to do.
Great. Well, and I changed slides because what you're talking about is another provision in statute to do just what you're saying. If you have a student who has financial aid coming that can be used to pay tuition and fees, even if the money is not there at the time that those tuition and fees are due, if they sign a statement indicating or assigning that amount over to you to cover tuition and fees, you have met the requirements for getting things paid, and you can go ahead and let those students register, and your college can get the hours for formula funding. We're not talking about someone who hasn't yet completed the FAFSA. We're talking about someone who has proven eligibility and the money just can't be there. What is the start of the state fiscal year? What date? September 1. When do your kids need to pay their bills? Houston, we have a problem. Yeah, so state aid is one of the types of aid that we can't get to you in time for this. Now, Top 10 may be something we can help you with this year. But this provision, which is not a requirement of institutions, it's an option, is another place where you want to get these negotiations going on campus to try to get more flexibility. It will take a tremendous amount of pressure off your financial aid office if they're willing to make these kinds of accommodations. Or at least I would think that's true. Okay, the other thing that they changed, House Bill 3578, those of you who are at public institutions set aside a significant part of your tuition revenues into TPEG, the Texas Public Education Grant, for the specific use of making need-based grants. There is a bill that indicates that up to 10% of each year's money can be put into an emergency loan program. And this bill indicated that that emergency loan program could be used to pay tuition, fees, and books, while before it was limited to tuition and fees. So that gives you a little more flexibility. How many of you are still putting money into your loan account? Okay, not very many of you. You might want to go and reassess that, because if you are not, if you decided 10 years ago you had enough money in that emergency loan program and that you'll use all of that money each year for TPEG, you might talk to the business office or whomever administers the emergency loan, and if you're running out of that money every year very quickly, you might want to open that spigot again and let some of the TPEG money go in there and build up that fund so you can help more students through the emergency loan program. It's an either or. You have the choice. If you ever end up thinking you put too much money into the loan program, you can transfer some of that money back out. But the main thing is to get a balance between what you need for your grants and what they need for these emergency loans. Okay? I say they. Are the emergency loans handled in your office, or are they handled in the business office? How many in the financial aid office? Okay, anyone in the business office? Okay, all right. As usual in Texas, variety is the rule. Okay, Armed Services Scholarship Program. This was created 2 years ago. And it allows legislators to recommend or nominate students to receive these scholarships. It used to be limited to people who were enrolled as freshmen, and that restriction was removed by this bill that was passed. They can graduate in up to 6 years and still qualify for it or not be in violation of the agreement. It expanded the branches of service that these people would agree to go into because of getting the scholarship. And notice that the scholarship amount is lesser of $10,000 or cost of attendance minus any service contract bonus that they were getting by signing up with military to join. Funding actually increased for this for the coming year. Dan, is it senators and representatives who can make these nominations? Do you know?
Yes, each senator and representative gets one nomination. The lieutenant governor gets a nomination, or two nominations, and the governor gets two nominations. There's
Okay.
185 slots.
Okay. If you have never heard of this, if you don't have any students participating in this, you might be in touch with your local representative or member of the Senate. They may be unaware of it and want to get involved once they get more familiar with it. The contact at our office, I believe, is Albert Contreras. But if you send a question to us at Grant Info, we can forward it to the right person and get you talking to them. Okay? All right, now we're moving on to some other things that are not immediately effective. I guess one thing I wasn't pointing out to you is that last line on almost all of these slides is effective immediately. So these are effective for the fall term. We're now getting into some statutory changes that are effective further on down the line. The Senate Bill 32, most important thing for you to know is the second bullet. It does not change the values or the requirements for any exemption or waiver. It does change their citations. In other words, in the Hazelwood Act in the future, starting in fall 2012, will not be 54-203, it'll be 54-345. What they did was move waivers that were in subchapter B of chapter 54 into subchapter D. Their idea is to get them all together in one place, make it easier to find them, and then probably in the next session they'll do some more work to add more consistency among the programs, maybe eliminate some that appear to be redundant. Again, the main thing is that this doesn't go into effect until next fall, and it really doesn't change anything about how you're administering them. It just will change the citations that are used for the programs. In your handouts behind these particular slides, you should find a list that walks you from the old numbers to the new numbers, and we'll send that out to you when we get closer to the implementation of that. Senate Bill 851 is something we were quite pleased to see. Again, it also does not go into effect until awards that are being made for the 2013-14 academic year. The coordinating board has been already in communication with institutions about setting a uniform priority deadline for applying for state aid. This does not apply to community colleges. So if you're a community college, you don't need to worry about this. You continue to use your own deadlines. But the idea behind it is to try to get a single date that we can publicize and get everyone more familiar with, and they know that if they beat that deadline, get their stuff in, that they have priority and consideration for state aid. It does not mean if they miss that deadline, they can't get state aid. It's a matter of giving them priority if they get it in time for that. I think the date that has been bandied around the most is March 15. If you have input that you want to send to us about that idea, feel free to contact us. Anyone have look like a good date? Anyone have a problem with it? Okay, what we have found in talking to schools is that some of them are saying if that becomes the state priority deadline, they'll probably move and make that their institutional priority deadline also. Yes, sir.
One of the questions that's come up related to some of these things is the question of when the student establishes eligibility. Is it at the time they file the FAFSA or at the time the institution draws the ISER in? And we could use a clarification about that.
We would be interested in your feedback. Which date do you think would be the more, or which event do you think the more appropriate one?
For ease of use, probably the draw-in date, because some of us who are dealing with outside vendors as far as our software and whatever, get a huge amount or a huge influx of applications that may range all the way back from early January up to when we get it established, be it the first week of March, the second week of March, so on and so forth.
I think one of the problems, or one of the intents of this is to put something in the students' control that would impact their ability to receive aid. And so I don't know how this is all going to play out.
The other thing for consideration is a student can apply and then subsequently change their decision of where they're intending to go and add that school, and then you would be having to track down whether they had on their initial application indicated your institution or not, things of that nature. So
Okay. These kinds of things are important for us to be aware of. If you have these issues that you want to put on the table, please send us an email. We don't want to do this without consideration of these things. We may not be able to solve all the issues, but we at least want to be conscious of what those issues are. So please, if you have any of those to share with us, send us an email.
And Jane, I
Yes,
think
ma'am.
one of the main reasons you're bringing that up is because right now Top 10 has it when the student actually completes it, and that's really confusing for the schools and for that very reason, and that when the student submits the FAFSA, they may not realize they're going to that school yet, so the school doesn't capture many times that data in their system. So that's
Okay, very valid. We will try to take these kinds of things into consideration as we make these decisions. Again, the bill calls for us to get input from institutions, so please, if you have thoughts, let us know so we can, we won't do anything, we'll try to avoid unintended consequences. Senate Bill 28 for Texas grants, this is probably the one from our standpoint that had the greatest interaction with the legislature and so forth. Again, first thing I want to point out, nothing happens until awards for fall 2013. Okay, so you've got 2 years before this comes into play. The intent of the statute is to provide public general academic teaching institutions, which are the four-year universities and the TSTC, excuse me, not TSTC, sorry, don't pass out. The Lamar colleges are general academic teaching institutions. Those are the ones that this applies to. It gives them additional criteria to look at as they select initial year Texas grant recipients. I won't go into all the details because, again, you don't need to cope or work with this right now, but it's something you need to start sharing with your high school feeder schools so that they will help the students understand what's expected in order to get priority and consideration for a Texas grant. The criteria have to do with higher academic standards coming out of high school and so forth. There's also a provision in there to help the person who comes out of high school and goes directly into the military instead of going into college, to give them a window for getting into the Texas grant program. So there are a number of changes to the program, and if you're unfamiliar with those details, contact us and we'll get you a lot more information. But things will be changing, and it is for the general academic teaching institutions. If they do not have enough IY students, IY applicants, initial year applicants that meet these additional requirements, then they can still make awards to students who don't meet them. But again, this is a prioritization. First, they need to consider the students who meet these additional requirements, and then with their leftover money, take care of the students who just meet their current basic Texas grant requirements. Okay? New programs. Don't know a lot about these, but wanted to bring your awareness. If you're at the House Bill 452 obligates institutions, public institutions, to help students who were under the conservatorship of the Department of Protective Services, basically were in foster care or adopted. Those are people who tend to have, I said adopted, probably more foster care. They have trouble having a place to go to between terms. And so what they are asking is for institutions, if asked to do so by a student, to help that student locate housing for that interim period. Student has to be enrolled full-time in the prior semester and plan to be enrolled full-time in the coming semester. You don't have to do it unless you're asked to do so. And then it authorizes institutions to help them through stipends or such to pay for that housing. T-STEM program. If you are a two-year institution, community college or TSTC, this could be a significant program for you. TG has donated $25 million to this program. It is intended to help colleges form partnerships with local businesses and encourage students coming out of high school interested in the STEM fields to enroll in programs for that and pursue degrees in that. It is a complicated program. We think it is going to more likely be administered through our academic affairs office, although there is a scholarship, scholarship part of this. In all likelihood, the grants and special programs will be handling the scholarship end, but the rest of the program, the academic side, will be handled through our academic affairs office. And rules have not yet been adopted. I think the expectation is this would go into effect probably fall 2012. So we've got a little bit of time to start working out the details of this. But it has the potential to create a pipeline for schools coming out of high school going into STEM fields that would give them that support to help them make that transition and get into those really good careers.
Jane, before you leave there, the funding for that is a 50% match. So TG's $25 million is the first $25 million of an additional $25 million that will be sought from philanthropy, from donations from other entities. So this is a $50 million program. It's not a $25 million program. It just started with $25 million donation from TG. So it's going to be large, and it's complicated, but it's rich in its nature. I'm starting to sound like a preacher. So I guess community colleges, I think there's a lot of great opportunities for you to really embrace this particular program. It looks like it's going to have a lot of funding available, and it's I think somebody said it creates the the structure that needs to be in place to really influence and impact our STEM graduates at the community college level. So embrace this one, I guess, is what I'm trying to get to.
I think the other thing that I would mention is I've heard some comments of comparing this to the JAMP program, which is used to encourage low-income minority students to get into the medical fields. This has a potential of creating some kind of pipeline similar to that for kids coming out going into the STEM fields. So it'll be really interesting to see how this evolves over time. Dan, if I can turn these two slides to you.
I'll just sit right here if that's okay.
That sounds good.
So the next two slides are related to the loan program that I mentioned briefly during my introductory remarks. The current Hinson Hazelwood College Loan Program is small by statute. Senate Bill 1799 expands the ability of the coordinating board to expand the bonding capacity for the Hinson Hazelwood Loan Program, which primarily is college access loans. This was passed, and essentially it's created the structure to expand, and then the second part of this, if you'll change to the next slide, Jane. The second part of this is SJR 50, which is a constitutional amendment that will go on the ballot in November. It's Proposition 3, which expands our ability to tap into the private activity bond allocation that the state has in order to expand our borrowing capacity on an annual basis. So these two bills were companion bills, but both of them in tandem essentially increases the ability for the coordinating board to tap into a bigger pool of funds for the college access loan. Some of your institutions use it a lot. Some of your institutions don't use it at all. Depending on what happens with our vote in November, we would be a little more progressive and proactive in getting the information out so that students across the state would be aware of this particular program and ask for it. The College Access Loan, just as a kind of a quick plug, is 5.25% fixed interest rate alternative loan. It's on top of or up to cost of attendance. You have to take into account other grant aid and other federal loan aid for students, but it is, as far as our research goes, the lowest interest rate in the country. And we'll have folks again later this afternoon talking more details about it.
Okay. If you do not know how to access the statutes that we've been talking about, here is the pathway. One of my nightmares is that people will go home and try to administer a program based on a PowerPoint slide. And as you know, a PowerPoint slide shows what the person giving the presentation thought was important, and that may or may not be what's important to you. And so I really recommend, if you work with these programs, that you go to the statutes and take a look at what the wording is. Are there any questions? You guys are extraordinarily quiet today. I guess we need to get you to the coffee and so forth. There are some other housekeeping things, though, I'd like to do before we do take the break, and I know we're running ahead of time on that. For those of you who are we sent out all of the handouts, including the PowerPoints, late yesterday afternoon. If you did not get a copy of those, or if you didn't or unable to open them or had any problem with them, send an email to grantinfo, GRANTINFO at thecb.state.tx.us, and we'll be glad to send those to you today. You obviously don't have to have them in order to cover this, because you'll see these in the broadcast, but if you want the other materials, we'll be glad to send them to you. Another thing I want to mention is that one of our main reason for having the meeting here in the boardroom is that we could broadcast it. When things are broadcast, they are archived. So these tapes will be archived in our library, and once everything is over, now this is assuming the stars align and everything works right, we'll send out information to you about how to sign on and link to this broadcast, so that those people who were unable to either come online or come in this morning will be able to see this workshop at another time in the future. The last time we did something like this, that was available very quickly, so I would hope sometime next week we'll be able to send out the link of how to get to the broadcast of this today's meeting. The other thing I'd like to do is point out to you what's in the front part of your book. On our first page, obviously, is today's agenda. As you can tell, we'll have a break coming up after the end of my comments this morning. For those of you who are in-house and haven't been in this building before, restrooms are in this main hallway, just right in the center. If you go back the way you came in and look overhead, there'll be a sign for the restrooms. When you're coming down the hallway from that end, you'll see a double doors to your left. In through those double doors are the vending machines if anyone needs something to drink, eat, and so forth. We do have coffee, water, and just for you, we'll take the cellophane off the cookies so you can have one. Okay, we don't do that for everybody, but you're welcome to do that. Okay, now, what's in your handbook? The first thing you have is the agenda. The second thing is a list of coordinating board contacts, both for the grants and special programs and for our loan office. We want to make one correction on the back page of that contact list. At the top, you have Tanya Cifuentes. Tanya's last name is now Trevino, Trevino. If you would correct both her name and her email address, I would appreciate it so she can get the information from you. The next thing we have in your book is a list of the citations for our programs. Again, this is to help you know how to go online and look up this kind of information for the statutes, but also to access our rules at the coordinating board. A few pages in, you'll see a one-page test of your vision. and that is our calendar. We would issue magnifying glass with that, but if you get it electronically, you can enlarge the fonts, or we can send it to you and you can print it off in a little bit larger form. The next form is something that Lynn Wheeler Kenyon asked us to put in, and in fact, it's something she put together, and it is a description of our rulemaking process. There are two places. There's one place where you have an opportunity to give input about our proposed rules, and that is when they're posted in the Texas Register. So if you look at that chart, you will get a sense of when you have an opportunity to come back to us and say, what you're proposing is great, we're glad to do it, or what you're proposing will create this problem. Can you change it to do this something differently? So we really would like your input about our rules. One thing that I'm hoping that we will start doing, and it's just a matter of remembering and so forth, is to send out an announcement when we have posted rules into the register, so that you'll be aware of them and can go out and see them. That's on our to-do list. Other thing I want to point out is, if you flip back to the contact list at the bottom of the second page, there is information about subscribing to the Grants and Special Programs email distribution list. If you are not on that list, we recommend that you subscribe. It gives you a lot access to most of the information that we send out from our Grants and Special Programs office. If you are hoping to get reallocated funds, this is where you're most likely to hear that money's available and you can apply for it. So this is where you want to sign up. You can sign up. Every member of your staff can sign up. Everybody's welcome. If you want to get your business office to sign up so they'll hear more about deadlines. But this is our main avenue for being in touch with you, and we hope everyone will get online so they won't miss any of our wonderful news to send to you.
Jane, could we
Yes, sir.
just real quickly, show of hands for the people that are here, does everybody on this listserv? No? Yes?
Anyone not on the listserv, or they
Not
haven't
on the
heard of it
listserv.
before?
I
Good.
guess just as an emphasis, this is very, very important for you to be on this listserv.
Right. Right. Now, this is our lifeline to you. It used to be we sent out paper memos. Gosh, that seems like ancient history. And we phased those out. This is really how we communicate with institutions, so you don't want to miss out. The next thing that's in that section of the book are the guidelines that we sent out to you for each of our programs. Again, this is not a substitution for knowing our rules and being familiar with them, but it's a snapshot of the eligibility requirements and procedures and so forth for the coming year. They came out, they were sent to you when you were sent your allocations for the coming year, but here's another copy just in case you put those carefully away and can't find them at the moment. Let's see. I guess the only other thing that I would mention at this time is that the coordinating board is going through a sunset review. That was somewhat unexpected. We thought it would happen in 2 years, but that whole process got reshuffled during the last session, and so we will be reviewed by the Sunset Commission for the next 2 years. What that means for us primarily is that we're asked to summarize what we do. The members of that, the committee and their staff will come and review what we're doing, both, and it may well contact some of you to talk to you about what we are doing and how it works and so forth. So that's where they're coming from if you hear it. If you're unfamiliar with the sunset process, in general, any state agency dies every 10 years unless it is given life by the Sunset Committee. The idea is nothing should be put out there and just allowed to go on indefinitely. It needs to be reviewed and confirmed that it's doing worthwhile things. I've been at the coordinating board a long time, so this is my 3rd or 4th sunset review. And it does make you look at what you're doing and think, gosh, there's got to be a better way, or hey, we're doing okay. So if you get contacted by them in this context, by all means, tell them what's appropriate and help us figure out how best to do what we're trying to do. This will, first we do our self-study, then they review that, then they come and do interviews, and then it eventually ends up with a piece of legislation proposed in the next session to either continue the coordinating board as is or to make these changes and so forth. So we're now starting a 2-year period that will end with the next legislative session. Anything else that you can think of? Okay. Yes, ma'am.
On the peace officer exemption, it says on here materials include a frequently asked questions. Is that in our booklet?
Yes, ma'am. They're at the back of your book. I'm sorry, we didn't number the pages, but it is included in the materials that you received. They are, gosh, I'm not sure how to design. If you go to the back of your book, there are 2 sections that have to do with summer updates for Texas Grant and TEOG, and this is the document that's just before that. It is 6 pages long, and it has 2 columns, one for firefighter, one for peace officer exemption, and for each question it answers for those 2 programs. These programs are complex because they're similar but not the same. And so having knowledge of how they differ is important, and we'll spend a little more time with that this afternoon. Have you found them yet? When we take our break, I'll point them out to you if you haven't found them yet. Okay, any other questions before we take a break? You want to start a little bit early on the Hazelwood presentation? Justin, you're here. We were planning to give you 15 minutes for the break. Why don't we plan to get back about 10? Is that too much time? Okay, 9:50. And we will start there with Hazelwood. If anyone is sitting in the regular chairs and want to move up to the tables, we have plenty of room. We wanted you to have a place to spread out your materials. Okay, we'll see you at 10 till, and thank you very much. Okay, let's get started again. Our next presentation is on the Hazelwood exemption program. If you're at a private school, you can kind of relax at this time. This one doesn't apply to you. If you're at a public school, this is probably one of your challenges to work with this program because it is getting more and more complicated all the time. Our presenter is Justin Greiner. Again, your materials are in your book, and for those of you at home, you should have received those in the email. And here's Justin.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you all for coming out. Thank you, everybody online. Since we're moving early, I'd like to go ahead and switch gears to Hazelwood, and we have plenty of time to go over it. So any questions that you have throughout the presentation, please go ahead and ask them. I know that there's a lot of questions out there. We receive a lot of questions every day about Hazelwood because, like Jane said, each semester it's growing by leaps and bounds. So let's go ahead and get started. The purpose of the Hazelwood exemption is to provide an exemption from tuition and fees for eligible Texas veterans at public colleges and universities. Today I'm going to go over the changes from the recent Senate Bill 639 that affected the Hazelwood exemption, eligibility requirements for veterans, children, and spouse, the new default loan verification procedure that all schools need to get on board and start using, new applications that have recently been released, supporting documentation, how to view database information, and where to obtain program information. All right. The Senate bill that was passed that directly affects the Hazelwood exemption is Senate Bill 639. Senate Bill 639, the first thing that it changed, it requires veterans to reside in the state of Texas for anyone to use the Hazelwood exemption. The questions that we received are, the main question we received is, what if benefits are transferred to a child through legacy? Does the veteran still need to reside in Texas for the legacy child to use the Hazelwood exemption? The answer to that is yes. The veteran has to, since the veteran has to qualify, and one of the qualifications for the Hazelwood exemption is that the veteran resides in Texas. For a legacy child to use it, that veteran still needs to reside in Texas. We're looking into the issue if the veteran is re-enlisted, is currently in active duty, and residing in Texas is out of his control. But I'll follow up with y'all our decision on that once we have it. Another change is it requires applicants to submit the application supporting documentation to the school no later than 1 year after the earlier of the date the school either provides written notification to the applicant of their eligibility for the Hazelwood exemption, or 1 year from the date that the school receives written notification from the applicant that they may be eligible. One reason that this change was added to the Hazelwood exemption is because the language in the statute that pertains to the census date has been removed. Okay, so what this now does is if an applicant comes in and they wants to apply for the Hazelwood exemption, but they're not prepared, they need to contact Oklahoma, the veteran may need to request another DD-214, they can provide notification of their intent to apply or for eligibility for the program, and then they now have 1 year to get that application to you and finalized for eligibility. So if it's prior to the census date, they don't feel like they're going to have their materials in time, they can provide you this notification. The student or the parent is still responsible for coming up with a means to cover their tuition and fees for that semester by the payment due date. But if within that year they come in and they provide all their documentation and you determine that they're eligible, the exemption and fees that they've paid during that timeline since they provided that notification need to be exempted. Does that make sense? Are there any questions on that? Since this goes into effect this fall, it's only going to look at tuition and fees forward past the date that they submitted their notification. We're looking into how will this be applied a year from now. Is it still only going to be a year ahead, or will it now apply if they provide notification of their eligibility? Will it be a year behind? Our general counsel is looking into that, and I'll be able to have more information on that once we have a decision. Also, a veteran spouse or a child's guardian, conservator, custodian, or other legally designated caretaker can reassign unused hours to an eligible child through legacy on behalf of a veteran who died prior to requesting the transfer of their hours. In the past, before Senate Bill 639, if the veteran qualified, but he or she was not 100% disabled, obviously was not killed in action or went missing in action, if they passed away just from natural causes and hadn't assigned their benefits, those benefits were lost. Now, with this change from Senate Bill 639, if they'll need to provide you a death certificate that the veteran actually has been deceased, and we'll cover that later in supporting documentation. But if a death certificate for the veteran is provided and they can show that the veteran qualifies, on the new application there is a line where a spouse, child's guardian, conservator, custodian, or other legally designated caretaker can sign on behalf of the veteran and assign those hours through legacy. Keep in mind, legacy still requires it can only go to one child at a time. The exemption is only up to 150 hours, and you'll still need to check if the veteran has ever used the exemption. And if you don't have a login to view Hazelwood hours used, please contact me at Hazelwood, at the Hazelwood email address that you'll see later in the presentation, and I'll get you set up with a username and password to view hours used by a veteran. Another change that went into effect from Senate Bill 639 is that the definition of a child has been applied to all children using the Hazelwood exemption. It clarifies that an eligible child must be 25 years of age or younger on the first day of classes. The eligible child may be the biological child, stepchild, adopted child, or claimed as a dependent in the current or previous tax year, and this applies both to the regular Hazelwood exemption and legacy students, unless granted an extension due to an illness or debilitating condition. In the past, children who received hours because the veteran was 100% disabled, or if they'd been killed while serving active duty or went missing in action, these children didn't have an age cutoff. And for children who are already in the program, using their own set of hours through the traditional Hazelwood exemption prior to fall 2011, still do not have an age cutoff. They can still go past the age of 26. But any new applicants starting this fall 2011 on that are children of a veteran who are getting hours through legacy or the traditional Hazelwood exemption must be under the age of 26 on the first day of class of the semester. Once they turn 26, they can no longer use the exemption. Are there any questions on that? Okay. And like I said before, for some of these changes on here, if the child has already been in the program, or if they're already using it before fall and the veteran doesn't reside in Texas and they've been using it prior to fall 2011, these changes don't apply to them. This grandfathers recipients who received the exemption prior to fall 2011 from the requirements that the veteran must reside in Texas and for children to be under the age of 26. Senate Bill 639 also adds new provisions to remove the combat exemption from the statute for the Hazelwood exemption. It's now been given its own statute, so it took it off the tail end of Hazelwood. I want to make you all aware that starting fall 2011, there is no more funding in the combat exemption. So you're still allowed to grant an exemption, but there won't be any reimbursement if you do so. So if you have someone that you really want to help, their parents are serving overseas, and you'd like to honor it, you still can. Just know there's no more funding in the program for the next biennium. All right, let's get into eligibility. Eligibility for the veteran. The veteran who, at the time of entry into the U.S. Armed Forces, they must have either been a Texas resident at the time of entry into the Armed Forces. They must have either designated Texas as their home of record, and you can find that on their DD-214 as their home of record at time of entry, or they must have entered the service in Texas, and that can be found also on the DD-214 under their place of entry box on their DD-214. We still get calls all the time from veterans, and every now and then from schools that say, what if a veteran has made Texas their home, and they've lived here now for 15, 20, 30 some odd years? That won't qualify them for the Hazelwood exemption. There was a bill, I believe, that was proposed to allow veterans who have been Texas residents for 20 years to qualify for the exemption, but that bill did not pass. Senate Bill 639 was the only one that passed directly relating to Hazelwood. So the veteran still must meet one of those three criteria to qualify for the exemption. The veteran also must have served at least 181 days on active duty, excluding training, and I've put that excluding training on the new application because that's very important. It could determine if a veteran does or does not get the exemption. Time in the reserves or the National Guard is viewed as training and should not be counted toward the 181 days of eligibility. The veteran who's applying must have received an honorable discharge or separation under general discharge under honorable conditions. A general discharge not under honorable conditions or other than honorable or dishonorable would disqualify a veteran from using the Hazelwood exemption. They must have an honorable or under honorable conditions discharge. Also, the veteran cannot be the veteran or the student cannot be in default on a loan made or guaranteed by the state of Texas. Those are loans that are made here through the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. Later on in the presentation, I'll talk about a new process to verify these defaulted loans. NSLDS cannot be used. So I want to get all the schools on board with the right way to verify defaulted loans. And also, eligibility for veterans, down here bolded in the bottom is the new change. It says the veteran must physically reside in the state of Texas to be eligible for the Hazelwood exemption. Now, reside in Texas is different than be classified as a resident. They just have to show that for the semester that the exemption is going to be used, that the veteran is going to be residing in Texas. However y'all can show that is up to you. We're not going to tell you you have to have this or you have to have that. You just have to be able to know that the veteran is going to be residing in Texas. For children and spouse, the current spouse of a child or dependents of a veteran who at the time of entry were Texas residents, designated Texas as their home of record, or entered the service in Texas, that's for the veteran obviously. They have a parent or is the current spouse of a veteran of the U.S. Armed Forces, Texas National Guard, or Texas Air National Guard who either died as a result of a service-related injury or illness, they went missing in action, or they suffered an injury that made them become 100% disabled for the purposes of employability. Now, the purpose of employability is important. There are veterans who are rated 100% disabled, but they haven't been reviewed for unemployability. When you look at those rating decision letters, there will be a line toward the bottom that says, are you being paid at the 100% rate for the purposes of employability? And if it says no or not applicable, they have not gone and been reviewed for unemployability. And if they need any help doing that, the Texas Veterans Commission will be more than happy to help them with that review process, get them started in the right direction. But they have to be determined either to be unemployable or 100% disabled and unemployable for the child and spouse to be able to use this exemption to get their own hours, not through legacy, but the traditional way. Also, the child must be 25 years or younger on the first day of the semester, and this applies to new recipients. That was one of the changes that we just talked about from Senate Bill 639. All children starting fall 2011, no matter how they receive hours from the veteran, if it's their first award in the Hazelwood exemption, must be 25 years or younger on the first day of class of the semester. Are there any questions yet? Go ahead. Oh, one moment. Let's get it on mic so everybody can hear.
On the student loan default status,
Yes.
is that exclusively loans that are generated through the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, or do those also apply to institutional loans guaranteed by the institution that is an entity of the state of Texas?
It only applies to loans made directly through the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. And that is why it's important that we get all schools on board with the new loan default verification process, because if you're not using this process, you're not verifying defaulted loans accurately. You do not need to go back for prior students and confirm this. Moving forward, we just need to get everyone on board with the new procedure for verifying defaulted loans. Good question, thank you. Eligibility for veterans, children, and spouse. These are veteran children and spouse who, for the children and spouse, are classified as residents of Texas during the term or semester in which they enroll. If the child or spouse is not classified as a current Texas resident, they cannot use the Hazelwood exemption. Also, the child or the spouse or the veteran cannot have federal veterans education benefits under Chapter 33, the Post 9/11 GI Bill, or Chapter 31, vocational rehab, that exceed the value of the Hazelwood exemption. I want to clarify on this because this is a little confusing. The value of the Hazelwood exemption is 100% toward tuition and fees. So if their Post 9/11 GI Bill or their vocational rehab benefits are anything less than 100%, they can combine Hazelwood to cover the difference. That is the value. That's what it means by the value of the Hazelwood exemption. So the two can be stacked. Now we get questions, what if you have a veteran who's 100% eligible for the Post 9/11 GI Bill, but there's a class that's not going to be paid by the Post 9/11 GI Bill? Can the veteran still use the Hazelwood exemption because they are 100% eligible? The answer is yes. As long as that class receives formula funding from the state of Texas, if it's not going to be covered by the Post 9/11 GI Bill, the Hazelwood exemption can be used. The Hazelwood exemption should be used as a supplement to the Post 9/11 GI Bill. Now, one thing I want to clarify on, that the issue has become clear just recently, if a veteran comes in and they provide you a letter that they're currently using the Chapter 30 Montgomery GI Bill, but it says on there, or you just know because of your knowledge of VA benefits, that the veteran may qualify for the Post 9/11 GI Bill, this tells you that the veteran has not applied for Post 9/11 GI Bill benefits. You cannot make a veteran go apply for the Post 9/11 GI Bill. That is their decision. But you can deny them the Hazelwood exemption until they go apply. That's very important. Now, remember, ultimately the school determines eligibility, and if you determine that they're not eligible, they won't receive it at your institution, whether they've received it in the past or not. Each school determines eligibility. So moving forward, if you determine that a veteran has not yet applied for the Post 9/11 GI Bill due to their benefits letter that they bring you from Oklahoma, or by reviewing their DD 214 and when they were discharged and how long they served and so on, you can deny the applicant the Hazelwood exemption until they can prove to you that they're not eligible for the Post 9/11 GI Bill. Any questions on that? That's been a hot topic lately. Okay, moving on. The veteran child or spouse must enroll in classes for which the college receives tax support or formula funding. Unless the college's governing board has ruled to let the veteran receive the benefit while taking non-funded courses, you don't have to honor any classes that you don't receive formula funding for. You can use the Hazelwood exemption for these classes, but it's left up to your discretion. Classes that you receive formula funding for should be applied toward the Hazelwood exemption. All right, and in the bold, this is a change from Senate Bill 639. Applicants are required to submit the application and supporting documentation to the school no later than 1 year after the date that the school either provides written notification to the student of their eligibility in the program, or 1 year from the date the school receives notification from the applicant. I know I've already covered this. Some of this stuff is repetitious, but I just want to make all this information clear, so if you have any questions, let me know. Legacy requirements. Eligible veterans may assign unused hours of the exemption to an eligible child under certain conditions. To be eligible, the child must be classified as a Texas resident. They must be the biological child, stepchild, adopted child, or claimed as a dependent in the current or previous tax year. A lot of schools really want the tax return, and that's a great way to show it. But the fact is, a lot of people start claiming themselves at the age of 21, 22, so on. So if they can provide you a birth certificate or adoption papers or other legal documentation to show, then they can use that instead of taxes. Okay. They must be 25 years or younger on the first day of the semester or the term for which the exemption is claimed. That's always been a rule of legacy. That's just now being applied to regular Hazelwood students as well, starting in fall. These legacy recipients must make satisfactory academic progress in a degree, certificate, or continuing education program as determined by the institution. This means that if you can set your own cutoff. Some schools have probation, and then they have suspension. You can set it when the student goes on probation, or you can determine to set it when the student goes on suspension. But if the student is not making satisfactory academic progress in a degree, certificate, or continuing education program, they can lose their benefits from the Hazelwood exemption until they bring their academic progress above a good status for the school. And again, that's determined by the school. Also, a veteran's spouse, now with Senate Bill 639, or the child's guardian, conservator, or custodian, or other legally designated caretaker may now reassign the unused hours to an eligible child on behalf of the veteran who has died prior to requesting the transfer. Veteran spouses are not eligible for legacy. The only way a spouse can use the exemption is if the veteran is 100% disabled, killed in action, or missing in action, and they would get their own hours, and that's separate from legacy. Are there any questions yet? All right.
Justin?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you speak a moment about if a veteran is deceased or 100% disabled, that how many hours go per child, how that is done?
Absolutely. If the veteran is 100% disabled, or they provide proof that they went missing in action, had a service-connected death, or died while serving on active duty, this spouse or the children can each get their own 150 hours. Legacy is just 150 hours transferred. It can only go to one child, and once that's used up, it's gone. Under the other traditional Hazelwood exemption, when they apply, they're applying for their own hours, not a transfer. So if they're approved under the traditional Hazelwood, they would get their own 150 hours, and for children up to the age of 26. Is that what you mean? Okay. All right, let's keep going. Legacy policies. The veteran, bear with me here one moment. The veteran may revoke the assigned hours at any time. So you never know what's going to happen. He may want to take them back to himself or her, may want to transfer them to another child. So if the veteran provides written notification to you that they no longer want the child to use their hours through legacy, they can revoke them and take them back. Now, if the legacy has been applied for a semester and they contact you 1 week before the semester is over and says, I don't want my child to use it, they won't use it the next semester. Okay, you've already had it applied, the census date's already passed. Those hours still need to be applied to the child, but moving forward, no longer apply the legacy Hazelwood exemption to the child. Correct? Okay. If child one does not use all the available hours, the veteran may cancel the assignment to the child and reassign the remaining hours to another child. It's important to remember, in Legacy, only one child can be assigned unused hours at a time. Hours may be transferred to a child who is not yet college age. That is true. We currently do not have a method of storing this yet, so really it comes down to, once they're ready to enter college, that's when the paperwork's done. And if something happens to the veteran, now the spouse or the surviving guardian can come in and sign on behalf of the veteran. We hope to have a process in place at one time where they can get the student's information into our database and it'll be stored in there, and when they're college age and can be transferred, but we're not there yet, okay? So in the law it says that they can transfer them even if they're not at college age, but the fact is they can't use them until they're ready to start being applied toward tuition and fees. Once hours have been transferred, the veteran loses access to the Hazelwood for his or her education unless they revoke those hours. That's important to keep track. Once they're transferred, everything gets transferred. There's no splitting hours when you go through Legacy. And the veteran may transfer up to 150 hours even if the veteran is eligible to receive Chapter 33 or Chapter 31. What that means is if the veteran qualifies for Chapter 33 or Chapter 31 and they're already discharged, they have no way of transferring these benefits to a child. If the child cannot use the veteran's Chapter 33 or Chapter 31 benefits, the child can move forward with Legacy. Now, if the veteran wanted to use it at any time, the Chapter 33 and Chapter 31 benefits have to come into play in determining their eligibility for the Hazelwood exemption. But you shouldn't deny a student the Legacy if the veteran qualifies for Chapter 33. Only deny them if that child has the ability to use these 33 or 31 benefits. Any questions on that? Yes, they could be simultaneous. The veteran could be using their Chapter 33 benefits and the child could be receiving Legacy, as long as the child does not have the ability to use Chapter 33 or 31. Okay? And if they ever become eligible for that, their eligibility for Hazelwood needs to be reevaluated. All right, this is very important to me. The loan default verification process. The Hazelwood Exemption Rule 21.2107 states that for each term or semester of an academic year in which the veteran, spouse, or child receives a Hazelwood exemption, the institution shall confirm that the veteran, spouse, or child is not in default on an educational loan made or guaranteed by the state of Texas, or in a better interpretation, through the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. NSLDS, our loans are not reported in NSLDS. So if you're checking NSLDS for our loans, you're never going to find them and you'll be moving forward, and the student may have a loan that's in default with us. Several schools have been set up to log into hhloans.com and check there, and that seems to be a viable resource to check default loans. But the fact is, if you're set up to go into hhloans.com and look up student information, you'll only see student information if they receive the loan at your institution. You wouldn't show you any loans that they had made for another institution, and that's not effective. So the only way to accurately verify if a student or a veteran or a spouse has a loan that's in default with the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board is to either, one, if the applicant does have a loan, they can go online and log into hhloans.com, print their current student loan status report, and bring that to you. Now, if they can't bring you that student loan status report, I need for you to send me an email to hazelwood@thecb.state.cx.us, and I will set you up with a secure email that you can send me the student's information. It's a very quick process. At the most, depending on how busy we are, a 24-hour turnaround to get your response back to you. Right now, it's a very quick process. As long as the Excel spreadsheet that's attached to the secure email is made correctly and put in text format and so on, the instructions will be in the email. I can quickly take your list, process it against our loan database, and give you the results for any students that cannot log into hhloans.com and print their student loan status report. Okay? So I look forward to receiving a lot of emails from people that are online, people that are here. I know how many people are set up with this process, so I need a lot more schools to get on board. Are there any questions on that? Yes.
Why would some students be unable to log on and do it themselves?
They would not be able to log on if they do not have a loan with us. All they'll receive is a message that says login failed. Login failed won't tell you that they don't have a loan with us. It could mean that they messed up and their login failed and they do have a loan with us, or it could mean exactly that. They don't have a loan, so they can't set up a login, so login failed. So if they bring you a page like that says login failed, you still need to verify it through a secure email with me. All right. Any other questions? All right. The new Hazelwood applications. I want to stress that since we just released these new applications earlier in July, that if you receive or if you already have received the old applications, you can still use them for fall. We've already removed all the old applications from our website. We've notified the Texas Veterans Commission, and the listserv that you're all on, look for an email within the next probably Monday to go out to have information on the new applications. But if you go to collegeforalltexans.com, you can find them. We've worked very hard to get all of these changes from Senate Bill 639, answer questions about the 181 hours, 181 days on active duty excluding training. We put that excluding training on there. We have a place for a spouse to sign on behalf of a veteran who's passed away. We've really tried to put in every scenario that's come up and apply it to these applications. So once you have a chance, if you haven't already seen them, please go online and print them out and take a look at them, because I think we did a pretty good job with them. So we've narrowed it down to two. The first one is the HEV. This is for veterans. There is a portion on this application where the veteran can designate that they want to transfer through Legacy. If they do the transfer through Legacy, they're also going to have to do the HED. So as a general rule, for new applicants at your school that have never used it at your school, if it's anyone besides the veteran, have them do the HEV and the HED. If it's just the veteran, have them do the HEV. These applications can be used for initial application into the program, and they can also be used for returning students. So if you have a veteran who's already using it, they can fill out the HEV each semester to receive their renewal award. If you have a student or spouse using it, once they've gotten into the program by doing both, the following semesters they can just go and do the HED for you each semester. The information on the two forms should capture what you need for returning students. But again, for fall, if you still have the old applications, you can accept them, and the new applications are already online at www.collegeforalltexans.com. Supporting documentation. One thing, obviously, is the appropriate Hazelwood application. Hopefully that'll be easier now that we've gotten it down to two. We've stressed on the applications that all of these need to go to the school. They don't need to send them to us. We've had that in the past where we've received them faxed in and mailed in. We're trying to eliminate that. So when you look at the applications, all over the applications in bold print, please submit to your school. Take these to your school, find out who you need to submit them throughout your school. As well as the appropriate Hazelwood application, they also need to submit the DD-214 or a revised DD-215 from the veteran to show that they qualify. They need to submit a DD-1300 for surviving dependents of deceased veterans if they were killed in action and they're applying for their own hours. They'll need to submit a rating decision letter for the dependent of a qualified disabled vet to show you proof that the veteran is 100% disabled and unemployable. Federal Education Benefits Letter from Muskogee, Oklahoma. That's to show if the veteran or the child or the spouse has the ability to use Chapter 33 or Chapter 31 benefits. This letter is required for any veterans who served on active duty after 9/11/2001. The death certificate now can be submitted for a qualifying veteran if the hours are going to be assigned through Legacy on behalf of the veteran by a surviving spouse, legal guardian, conservator, so on. Tax returns can show proof of dependency for a child, as well as a birth certificate, marriage certificate to the veteran, and a birth certificate for stepchildren, legal guardianship, adoption papers, etc. Again, eligibility is ultimately determined by the institution. Supporting documentation continued. The DD-214 documentation is available through the Military National Archives. There's a website that they can go online to, and let's see here. If they want to contact them, the phone number is right there, 314-801-9195. There's their mailing address for the NPRC mailing, National Personnel Records Center. And if they need to obtain a copy of their federal education benefits letter, they can contact Muskogee, Oklahoma by contacting 888-442-4551, or they can go online and visit www.gibill.ba.gov. Database login. The database that I'm referring to here is the database to go online and look and see if the student, veteran, or spouse has used the Hazelwood exemption. If you're not set up with a login, please contact me and I'll assist you with getting a username and password. And for students, there's a link on our Hazelwood page at collegeforalltexans.com. But for the actual URL address, they're both listed on here for the schools and the students. For more information, you can always go online to www.collegeforalltexans.com. You can email me at hazelwood@thecb.state.tx.us. And inside Austin, there's our local number, 512-427-6340, and our toll-free outside line is listed on there as well. One thing I want to touch on that's not in my presentation is for years we've talked about a new database report to accurately track the hours through Legacy since that was changed in fall 2009. I know it's taken some time, but I feel confident that we're moving in the right direction toward finalizing a new database report. We all realize the last thing that schools want are more reports, but since the Hazelwood exemption is booming and it's a very important program, this report's very important to us. And so if you don't already have the instructions, again, this isn't going to be implemented for fall. Still continue to submit your students through the CBM 001 report, but ultimately we are going to move at some time, hopefully very soon, to this new Hazelwood database report. So if you would like to see these instructions, feel free to contact me either directly, my email, or you can contact Hazelwood at thecb.state.tx.us, and I'll send you the current instructions so you can start getting prepared. Whoever submits your CBM report or whoever's going to be involved in this new database report, because there's a lot of stuff that may be coming from to facilitate that report that may have to come from different departments on your university or college. So please contact me at Hazelwood or my direct email, and I'll be happy to forward you the instructions. And it's not listed on here, but my direct email, if you'd like to write it down, is Justin, Justin, period, Greiner, Greiner, at the same ending, at thecb.state.tx.us. I'm really excited and I'm optimistic to get this new database report up and running so we can have a more effective reporting mechanism for the Hazelwood exemption. And that's it. Are there any questions? Go, one up here. Thank you.
My question is, if a student, a dependent use the benefits between fall and spring, and the parent decide he wants a child that's going to summer school to get the benefits, how would that be tracked?
Are you talking about a legacy student?
Yes.
And this is the same student?
No, not the legacy student. Well, I guess it is legacy.
It would be legacy. So you're saying that you have a student going fall and spring, but during summer a different child wants to use it? Okay, at the end of spring, they need to provide the school that's using it for that student notification that they're revoking the hours. Then for your new student, they need to go through the initial setup, and you need to verify the hours used by the first child and if the veteran's used any hours. And then, unfortunately, at that end of summer, and this is just the means of jumping back and forth between children, they're going to have to send you a notification. They want to revoke hours from that other child, and they now want to set them up. So if you already have a record for this first child who was using it in spring, you're not going to have to go through the whole initial application process. You can allow that dependent child to fill out an HED for fall because you already have the DD-214 and so on record. But these notifications of intent to transfer have to be made, and the veteran and the children, the new children, are going to have to realize they're going to have to go through a new setup and whatever the school requires to verify eligibility. Answer your question?
Yes, you did.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Well, I haven't monitored the time. We may still be going early, but I'm going to go ahead and turn the microphone back over to Jane. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Absolutely. Sure.
I've asked Justin to go get the instructions for the new proposed report so you can get a look at what we're looking at. Right now, the Hazelwood database is compiled from information you submit through the CBM 001 report, the enrollment report. There's a field in there where you say this is a military exemption or waiver. And if you indicate it's an exemption, then we know that's Hazelwood. And then at the end of that semester, or when you report on that semester, excuse me, all of those hours that the student took that semester are downloaded into the Hazelwood database as a subtraction from the student's running balance. Excuse me. One of the things that's coming up these days, because you have students who are taking both federal benefits and state benefits, is that if you don't go in and adjust the number of hours that you've given to that student through the 001, all of those hours are going to be accredited to Hazelwood, even if maybe only 6 of them were actually paid for with Hazelwood. So one of the things you need to remember to do as you manage the Hazelwood program on your campuses is to go in and make those adjustments of the 001 data that has been downloaded for your students. So obviously you don't need to worry about students who are not stacking federal and state benefits. But if they are, you need to make a note of that and go in and make those adjustments. Okay? What the new program is going to do, and what I've asked Justin to do, is to go bring the layout for that report so we can show it to you, is it's trying to get more information to us. The legacy program in particular is creating some real problems for us because we don't have a way to record the contracts or the assignments that you get. And we have asked all of you to hang on to those, and at some point in time we'll get you to report them to us. But what we want to do is get that reported so that, as you well know, these students move all over the place. And our concern, our greatest fear, is that they will enter into a contract at your institution and then at another institution and duplicate some of the hours that they should, and they should only have one set of hours. Justin mentioned before that there's a difference between the child who is qualifying through the parent's death or disability and has his or her own 150 hours, and the Hazelwood, legacy, where you're talking about one stream of 150 hours. It starts with the veteran and then can be assigned to a child. If the veteran, for instance, has used 50 hours before he or she decides to assign anything, then that is where that veteran's access to Hazelwood stops, and that 100 hours is assigned to the child. Getting back to the suggestion down here, this gets really exciting. Now they go down for fall and spring, and they stop it for that child and give it to child number 2, who goes to summer school. And now they want it back to the first child, and they move it back over here. And that student stops after that one summer. We don't have, right now, a good system for tracking all of that. We have to rely on you to do that. And so one of our urgencies about getting this new reporting system up and running is to have a better system to track it. As you also implied in your question, our problem also has to do with when a student takes hours, it's reported the next semester. Your CBM reports are not reported, well, it may be submitted before the end of the term, but it's not available and downloaded into the database. There's always at least a semester lag. And when you are tracking these hours and trying to determine whether the student's eligible, if they've been going to your school, you have a way to track those hours because you would have that information in-house. But if it's an incoming transfer student and you look at the database number You need to ask the student, did you go to school last fall or last spring, and did you use Hazelwood? Because you would need to add those hours or subtract them out of the balance to know that you're not going to go over the 150. This program started so nice and simple. It was the vet getting 150 hours. And over the last 10 years, it has just exploded into directions to help the whole family of the veteran. And everyone supports the idea of doing that, but keeping up with all of these nuances and new situations is why we're having to move to a new reporting system. Do you have it to where you can bring it up? And I'm going to ask Justin to walk you through some of this. We have until 11:30 when we'll let you go for lunch, and that's why I would like to use this time. These materials, for those of you who are online, these materials are not in your handouts. We did not expect to have enough time to talk about this, but since we do have the time, we'd like to take advantage of that while we have an audience. Feel free to ask questions. We don't necessarily have all the answers since this is a proposed report, but it will help us, again, understand what we're doing and how it's going to work. You want to come up here and talk about it?
Sure, if you don't mind scrolling, or I can...
Oh.
One moment, I have a mic right here.
Okay.
All right, is this working? All right.
Yeah.
This is what I'll send you. It's the actual instructions for the new Hazelwood database report. This report is going to be submitted through the SFTP, the Secure File Transfer setup that we have. Individuals on your campus who are set up to submit the Texas grant are set up through SFTP. I imagine that other people on your campus who would be working more directly with Hazelwood can get set up through SFTP. I have to be honest with you, I'm not an SFTP transfer protocol expert. So if you call me asking about SFTP, I might refer you to someone else probably who works more with Texas Grant, because it's going to be the same upload process as how Texas Grant is uploaded. Wow, okay. So let's go ahead and go through these. Eligibility requirements, a lot of stuff is what I already talked about, but you're going to have to set up the username and password to submit your data file. That should already be set up for someone who's set up through SFTP, and if we set up a new person, I'm sure this would need to get set up. And bear with me, I wasn't really prepared to go over this, but we're going to go ahead and go through it.
If you would go down to the file layout, that may be
Absolutely. Okay.
useful because they could take you down through them.
Definitely. All right. Here we go. Submission of the data file. The username would be like such. You'll have a password. And again, it talks about here Texas Grant personnel on your campus who submit Texas Grant reports are already set up. Here's 2 representatives you can contact here at our agency who work with SFTP who'd probably be able to help you if you have more technical questions on uploading your report. Tanya Trevino and Torka Button. You have to name your data file, and the instructions are right here. Here's an example of like your FICE code with your file. Yeah, you're going to have to connect to the SFTP server. So there's instructions that'll walk you through that. Again, the Texas Grant people should already be familiar with this, but this is something if a new person on your campus is going to have to learn. Let's go down to the file layout. Bear with me one moment here. This is all instructions for uploading your report. Okay, here's a Hazelwood Exemption Program student-by-student semester reporting process. I'm not going to go through that. Again, I'm sorry. Here we go. Student file layout. You're going to have the header record, which is going to need to contain all these files. It's similar to the way Texas Grant is, I believe. Your trailer record needs to have this file layout. And then for all of the other fields, there's going to be 26 fields that are going to need to be reported. And as I discussed about earlier, one office may not be able to answer all of these fields. You may have to gather information from other departments to be able to facilitate submitting this report. So this is why I want you all to have these instructions so you can start preparing for this. Because to accurately track it, we're going to need information on the veteran. And schools don't normally keep that besides just determining eligibility because that veteran's not attending your school. It's going to ask for information on the veteran that's going to need to be captured. So if you're going to want to make software programming changes to capture that for this report, I just want y'all to start keeping this stuff in mind. You'll see the recipient's name down here. We're going to have the fiscal year of the report. as compared to the fiscal year of the award. We added 8, 9, 10, and 11, having this separation of the fiscal year of the report versus the semester of award and so on is going to allow you to be able to submit updates. So if you need to update our records for a student who received an award in a prior semester, it'll allow you to say that I'm submitting this report for this during this semester, during this fiscal year, but the award that I'm reporting is for a prior fiscal year or semester. Does that make sense? Okay. Feel free to read through all of these. Like I said down here, we're going to be gathering information on the service member. We don't collect that on the service member through the CBM 001 report unless the service member is using it themselves. So having it on here for a legacy student is going to allow us to tie these hours to the veteran so that there's no chance of any abuse by two students getting legacy at two different schools. So this report's very important. This right here will talk about the actual file layout, the number of text that can be in the record, the format that it should be entered on, numeric or so on. If you have any questions on any of this, please feel free to contact me. We'll have to delve into it and just touch on it field by field and go through it. I'll be honest, it is a pretty complex report, but every single field on here is very important.
Could you go back up to the list of elements?
Sure.
Thank you. Could I ask those of you who, first, do you handle Hazelwood in your offices? Okay, for those of you who do handle Hazelwood in your office, the recipient obviously would be the child if this is a legacy person, or it would be the veteran, him or herself, or the spouse. The address the zip code information, would that be in your office, or would you have to pull that from your admissions office? Pardon? Pull it from your own office? Oh, the admissions office. Okay. Date of birth, I don't know if that's on the Hazelwood application or not.
It is.
Okay, so you have that in-house. Hazelwood hours used. This is your opportunity to give those hours that were paid for with Hazelwood as opposed to federal benefits. Again, this is probably one of the strongest pieces of information in here, or the most important pieces, because it cleans up what we would otherwise get through the 001, which assigns all hours to Hazelwood, even if there's a possibility that some of them were paid for with federal benefits. Right now, if that happens, you have to log into the database, correct or make adjustments to the hours that were reported for those who were stacking in order to get them corrected as to what their balance in Hazelwood. This will let you do that in one step. So federal hours used, so this again, they would, if they took 12 hours and it was 6 and 6, they would report the federal part and the state part. Value of exemption, this is the dollar value?
Yes.
Okay. Relation to service member, this is for the spouse. It would allow us, again, what we're concerned about is the state government coming to us asking for all of this detail, because we're now talking about a program that's costing institutions a total of $12–15 million a year. And it's growing rapidly. And we don't have this kind of detailed information that we can share with the legislature as to what it's costing you to do what they're having you do. So by asking these questions, by knowing that this was the spouse that got it as opposed to a child, that can help us indicate that decision to expand the program this way is costing institutions this much money. Is the recipient a dependent? Is recipient the service member in default on a loan? Obviously, that's part of the eligibility. If they're in default, would they have?
If they're in default,
they shouldn't be getting an award.
They shouldn't be getting it. It's sort of a verification that you've done the default.
Okay, all right. Is recipient currently a Texas resident? Social Security number, and this is where, as Justin said, if the person receiving it is a child, this is where you identify the source of the legacy hours. And It's these fields down below about the service member that allow us in the database location to see if there are more than one child out there using hours from the same member. And we can identify that quickly and get it cleaned up quickly.
Jane?
Okay? Yes, sir.
I wasn't on a microphone just a moment ago, but we're asking about, is the student default? It's just a check that you've done it. Every answer on here should be no. If it's yes, we obviously shouldn't be getting a report. So we've been asked, why are we even asking for that? You know, if they're not eligible, we shouldn't be getting. It's just a verification that you're indicating that you have checked that they're not in default on a loan.
One of the issues that we face as we design reports is how much it should just be for us to get the information we have to have, and how much we create it to be a useful tool for you to kind of monitor what you're doing. This is a data element, obviously, that is just be sure you're doing this kind of thing for you. One of the questions I would have for you is that a useful thing for us to have you do? In other words, if you have someone administering this program, does having that question in there help them make sure that they are doing that? Or is it simply wasting your time? Hello?
It's affirming.
It is affirming. Okay. Well, again, this is one of our dilemmas as we design reports. We're looking at other reports, and we'll talk about them some this afternoon. And one of our dilemmas is we have reports that have gotten bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger because we kept putting a little more confirmation in it, because we thought we were doing you a favor to help you do this. So this question will come up again this afternoon. Yes, ma'am.
Just a sec.
Just a moment.
Sorry. Just have to get it for the people online.
It would be a favor to help us as far as checking, but as far as pulling it off of the computer system, that's a different thing, because you would have to have that somewhere on your database.
Right.
So I'm not so sure it wouldn't be a bother to us, because it doesn't necessarily reside in that form.
Okay. So what Ms. Ballard is saying is that it's useful to have this check in place, but it could be very difficult to have that information in a location where it can be pulled for a report. And that is a relevant concern. Because what we're getting into when we create a report like this is that a field that you cannot answer becomes an error, and you're having to answer it. So how would you handle that? How could we handle that so that if your reporting system is unable to provide that particular piece of information, is it worthwhile to have the question and have one of the response options that unavailable or something like this? In other words, if we put that question in, you have to get it to where your system can find that information and report it, or you're going to get an error on this student's record. So think about it. Let us know. I mean, your reports can change just as our reports can change. We have a follow-up comment? No? Just a lot of no.
All right, with the question.
Yes, sir.
If I'm correct, a student can be enrolled concurrently at 2 institutions and receive Hazelwood benefits for the hours at each one of those institutions that are applicable to formula funding for that institution.
Certainly that scenario can occur. One of our nightmares about the Hazelwood program and the database is if that's happening when they have 150 hours, probably not a problem. If it's happening when they have 10 hours left, you could end up with one school getting the hours because they submitted their report early, and the other school not getting their hours because they didn't get theirs in a time, in which case the student would end up having to repay one school or the other for the excess hours.
The reason I bring that up is we have a couple of joint programs with other regional state institutions where the degree itself is awarded jointly. And because of the concurrent enrollment that is involved, both institutions are recording the hours, but only one institution on the CBM 001 is reporting those credit hours for formula funding because they are the ones doing the instruction.
Okay, well, it may well be that that's the way the Hazelwood hours should be reported, is by the school who's doing that. Please send me that in writing so we can go forward with it. The scenario that Mr. Kettlewood just described is the one that is our greatest nightmare. Is that the veteran who's concurrently enrolled, and we're seeing more of those all the time, or the one who's here and then there and there and here. And unless we get a report like this that is submitted in a timely manner and our data is downloaded and available to you very quickly, we're going to have some people abusing the system. Maybe even, I'm not saying intentionally, but they need to be aware of how many hours they have. And I guess the other question that crops up in this discussion is, if you have a student who comes in and uses Hazelwood, are you the one figuring out whether they have enough hours, or does a student know how many hours he or she has? You have any sense of that? Are they just going until you say you can't go anymore? I would expect that to be pretty common. I would probably use that approach myself, assuming that you're tracking this for me. And somehow we need to start getting them more conscious of the fact that if they use this for more hours than they are allocated, they're going to have to repay the excess hours that they took. This report, actually the current report that we have, has the potential of getting us there, but this one will even more so help us get to where we can identify students who have taken excess hours. Now, those of you who have been in Hazelwood a long time know that up until 1995, this program had existed, but there was no limit. People could take Hazelwood for as many hours as they wanted. And we have some people who took some hours before 99 and are still showing up in our colleges and taking some additional classes. Those hours before 99 are not in our system, and they shouldn't be in our system because they don't count. It was starting in 99, it was 150 hours that they could use. But we've got to get more control over those hours that students are taking and get them more aware of it so that they won't abuse the system and then get approached and say, now you've got to pay this stuff back, because that's the last thing we want to make them do. Any suggestions on stuff we can do?
Jane, I have a question about the default procedure that you're talking about for this. Can you give us an idea, or Justin may be able better to do this, an idea of the size of the cohort that is in default as far as loans originated from the state?
I have no idea.
I've been working with schools on the new default verification process, and before we implemented, I had our loan department give me loan records for students that were in default and loan records for information on student who were in good standing. So I tested the system, but so it's the mechanism for me to verify it is accurate. However, in the last 2 weeks of schools jumping on board with this new default loan verification, out of all the students that have been sent by the school on their list, not one student has come up with having a loan. So I feel confident the student does have a loan. They may already be set up on hhloans.com, and they can simply go get that. And most students coming to you who can't go get it, you still need to verify with me, but I would say so far 100% have coming back that they don't have a loan with us. But it's important that we have to do it. So I don't know what the cohort
I'm just
is.
wondering if, based on that information, if it wouldn't be simpler to sweep the system and then notify each institution through a secure email the list that they have of students in default, rather than each institution having to make individual requests.
We have tried to look at this from trying to find as simple a way to do it as possible, and that was one of the kinds of approaches that we looked at. The real problem is FERPA and the inability to release information about a defaulted loan and that kind of thing. we can take a look at it again and see if there's any way to move in that direction. But and I can't speak on behalf of loans because I don't know all of their procedures, but the first stumbling block we ran into was that indeed there are restrictions in their system that will not allow public, and I realize that we're talking about controlled access to this data, but that there are some serious restrictions about who can access a person's information. What Justin showed earlier is that the person going online with his own email, his or her Social Security number, can only look at the hours at the current institution. So if I've attended 3 institutions, I have to go in and print off. Can I?
No, if you have a loan with us through anywhere, if you go in and log in through hhloans.com, your student loan report, status report, will list all of your loans.
Okay.
Okay, and they can bring that to you. But obviously, if they don't have a loan, they're not even going to be able to get in.
Right. Our real problem was trying to get an easy way to identify people who didn't have a Hazelwood loan. And the system could say no record of this Social Security number, but it was not able, we couldn't get it to be so specific as to say this number is not online or this person has no record and that kind of thing. We'll keep working to try to find a simpler way to do it, but right now this is the only way we could get going in any short term.
It seems that using the secure FTP, that you would be able to identify those defaulted persons, because basically for the purposes that we're using this, the only part that we're inquiring against is who or who is not in default. Mm-hmm. And since, as Justin cited, that appears to be a fairly small population, you could really, well, at least based on the information you're gleaning at this point in time, it appears to be a fairly small population. I'm just questioning as to whether we need to be doing dozens or hundreds of email inquiries where one secure FTP exchange per institution could not cure this situation. And I know, at least my understanding of FERPA is that if you have a secure FTP with limited logins, that is considered FERPA safe. Okay. And so that's just my suggestion.
We'll continue to look and see if we can simplify this. Now, as I understand it, Justin, an institution can send a list of multiple people.
Absolutely.
It isn't just one person at a time. So no. if you have people coming in and you're getting ready to process Hazelwood, you can submit a single list with all the students that you have processed up until that time and get all of them reviewed at that one time.
Absolutely. You can submit them as frequently as you like, or you can wait and submit them once you have a buildup of students. I mean, the only thing I've seen is that you could have everything to verify student eligibility except for this default. So I found that schools have been submitting them quite frequently because they don't want to. They have these veterans there, and they can't tell them you're eligible until I get this back. So it's your call. If you want to tell them, we submit our request for default verification every week, every 2 weeks. Once we have that back, we'll finalize your process. That's your decision. You can, as long as the Excel spreadsheet is made in the format that's on there, it's a very quick process for me to verify it.
Okay. You have a good point, Jim, and we'll continue to try to simplify this as much as we can. As you can imagine, we're not particularly happy for Justin to have to spend as much time as he's having to spend in doing this, working with 100 different public institutions. So, do we have a timeline or a proposed timeline? I know originally there was hope to have it in place this fall for the fall term.
Right now, we're waiting for some updates to be made on our end with our programming. As soon as those are in place, I feel confident we can start moving forward with this report.
Okay. Let me ask the group, what kind of lead time do you need to have to get programming of this sort in place? Is it 2 months, 6 months, 3 months? Okay. So if indeed we are unable to get this done, then it may well be that we need to initiate it for the spring term.
I'd like to share one thing real quick. In testing this initial setup of this report, I worked with a lot of schools on several conference calls, but all the schools worked with Banner. So if anyone watching online or in the audience here, if y'all work off of Banner, let me know, because there's already a large group of schools who work off of Banner who have already started the programming changes at their institutions. And I can put you in touch with them, and they can share what they've done with their system. And if you work off of Banner, you can probably incorporate that into your process. And I'm sorry it's just for the Banner schools, but we're just trying to get the word spread.
One of the things that we need to do in the long term in terms of our reports is get more information from every institution as to what system you use, like Banner or another vendor. I know with the FADS report, the Financial Aid Database report, we've had good success in working directly with the vendors, and therefore that helps a lot of institutions that are using them. So we will probably send out a survey in the next month or so asking everyone to identify what vendor they use or if they use an in-house system. And because all of us are in the same boat, as we have limited resources for reporting but a huge demand for data. And so if we can try to streamline or improve that process, we would like to do so. Yes, ma'am.
It's sometimes not the difficulty, it's getting in the hierarchy of the team.
Oh, yeah.
So it may not be the difficulty of the report, it's getting that as a priority for your OIT team.
Right. Well, and everyone sitting in this room faces that same problem. It is, what do you want us to quit working on in order to do this, is a question that's often raised. Again, we'll talk more about reporting this afternoon, so I don't want to use up all that time. But it is important that we've got to get enough data to respond to legislative requests for information about the Hazelwood benefit. We have to get into a position where we can estimate the cost of doing these add-ons, because every time the legislature meets, there's another add-on or two to this program. It isn't that we disagree with them philosophically about doing this, but it's very hard for us to give them in a fiscal note, which is something we're always asked to prepare in a legislative session, a fiscal estimate of what the impact to the institution or the state is for making this change. You know, what is the cost of adding a child through the legacy or allowing the spouse to do it? Getting this kind of breakdown will put us in such a better position to answer those questions. It sounds, okay, one person said 3 months for programming. What were some of the other numbers for something like this? Again, it looks like a lot of this information will be in your system. It's a matter of pulling it from various locations. Next fall. Whoa, okay. Okay. Yeah.
It depends on the priority that's ascribed to it from the CB. If the CB says it's a have to, then the upper administration pushes IT. If it's simply information that's coming directly to financial aid, it's a get in line type situation that could be 3 to 6 months.
So am I understanding that to indicate that when we have programming changes, it should be shared with the President's office? Yes. Okay, that's good to know. Okay. All right. I had a couple of other things I wanted to talk about. What is our time? Okay, it's 11 o'clock. I know that you probably know this, but in Justin's references to tuition and fees for Hazelwood, it isn't tuition and all fees, so your system needs to be sensitive to its tuition and tuition and fees other than property deposit and student service fees. So it isn't all fees that fall into that category. The other thing I wanted to mention, and I assume it shows up in the new applications, when they changed the residency requirement at the time you enter the service for Hazelwood, it used to be you had to be a resident when you entered service, And that was a nightmare for some individuals who had served for 20 years, and they couldn't go back and prove that they had graduated high school because those records were gone. The person they worked for no longer is in business. Their parents have passed away, this kind of thing. So one of the great changes that was made in 2009 was to allow a person to base their Hazelwood eligibility on having home of record Texas or place of entry Texas. And it's only if those two don't work that they then have to do the questions about residency. So that has been a great improvement for the veterans in trying to show their eligibility for these programs. We still end up with weird situations. We have one this week where someone moved to Oklahoma, 11 months later joined the service, gave Oklahoma as their point of entry, Oklahoma as their home of record. They moved to Oklahoma to get a job. So it wasn't a temporary presence in the other state. And so we can't figure out how that person could be classified as Hazelwood eligible, even though he lived all of his life in Texas up until the time that he chose to uproot and move his home to Oklahoma. So this doesn't solve all the problems, but it has made it a lot easier for a lot of vets to prove that they are eligible for it. And we're very pleased for that change. Are there any legislative changes in Hazelwood that you think would need to be made? From your experience with it, what are the things that cause you the most trouble? One of the beauties of going through the sunset is that we're now being asked, how should things be changed to make them better? And they're not just talking about procedures at the coordinating board, they're talking about legislative. Are there aspects of Hazelwood in particular that cause problems that we might be able to suggest legislative fixes for? Okay, don't everyone speak at once. What I'd like you to do is just put that on a back burner, and if you come up with some ideas to share, let us know. This will be true for all of our programs. One section of the Sunset Review is how would you change things? What would you do differently? And so we have this window of opportunity to look at it that way. Okay, we are early in getting finished. I don't want to just kill time. This has been, I hope, useful to you. We've got to go back and look at when we're going to implement this. You are going to get a questionnaire from us about what system you used, because if we can get the other systems on board, that may move it a lot more quickly. How many of you have an in-house system only? Okay. So most of you have some kind of vendors. Who were some of the vendors other than Banner? PeopleSoft? Datatel? Pardon? Poise, sorry. Okay, Banner, PeopleSoft, Datatel, and Poise. Any other vendors being used? Okay, and in-house. All right. One of our problems, just as your problem is with one of these vendors, they're not a Texas vendor, they're a national vendor. And so getting a Texas issue high enough on their priority list to have them give time is always an issue. So we recognize that, but getting them involved earlier on is going to make it easier for any of this kind of programming. And so we can check with Tanya Trevino to see if in her FADS work she has contacts with these other vendors already, in which case we can piggyback on those contacts. If not, we'll see if we can get something sorted out. Any questions on the stuff that we have covered so far this morning? Okay. You're going to have extra time for lunch. You should have gotten a handout of nearby eateries. Notice I didn't call them restaurants. They're like McDonald's and so forth. Because we have more time, our next session is to begin at 12:30, so you have until 12:30 to get back. That gives you more time to get into a real restaurant, have a real meal, and get back. If you go to I-35 and turn left and stay on the feeder road and do a loop coming back under I-35, first chance you get, which is at 290. There is Papacitas, Papados, Fuddruckers. There are a whole slew of restaurants, real restaurants along there. The one thing I do ask you to do is to be back here by 12:30, because that's when we'll start the loan presentation. But take that extra time to have a leisurely meal and relax. Thank you so much for coming, and we will see you at 12:30. Good afternoon. I hope everyone was able to find something to eat. We're missing one table, so they maybe found something really good to eat, or they're having trouble making all the turns to get back to the office. We want to keep things moving, so I'm going to turn the podium over to the Loan Operations Office to talk about online loan system and truth in lending. And who's going to speak first? Okay, this is Ms. McCarkle, Mr. McCarkle.
Hello. My name is Herbert McCars. I'm one of the loan reps here at the coordinating board. The first thing we want to do, we're obviously going to get into the loan services part of the of our day, but we want to introduce the rest of our team of loan reps that we have. We'll begin with Janie Miyamontes, who is the manager of the loan services, client services area. We have Young Hee Lambert. And we have Billy Acosta, Amanda Perez-Jones, Charlotte Howell, is that correct? Glenna Howell. And we will begin now, and Davenport will begin our day.
How's everybody doing today? Hope you got a good lunch at a restaurant, not one of the eateries that Jane was talking about earlier. Like Herbert said, we're going to get into mainly the student side of things in applying for loans. I don't know, how many of you actually work with loans and like Cal loans and that type of thing? Okay, good. Well, we're going to try to give you the student side of things so that you can see what the student sees, the information that's provided to them. You know, I'm sure a lot of times they'll come to you and say, oh, you know, I have no idea. Well, there's a lot of information that's provided throughout the application. So just want to give you all, first of all, just kind of a look at what they see. And then we'll also get into kind of the changes to our process since Reg Z, before and after. And then hopefully toward the end, we'll be able to give you a glimpse of some new screens that have come online, some new information that's come online in the last week for students. And eventually will be for you as well. So let's get started with the presentation. Starts here. So like I said, we're going to go through the student process of the application, the Reg Z disclosures, student and cosigner application screens, the decisioning, the electronic signature process as well, and then we'll get into, like I said, the Reg Z stuff before and after Reg Z, and loan approval and delivery of funds. So students start here, hhloans.com. As you see on the red arrow there, that's where we'd like them to start with the apply for loan link. Sometimes there's some other information on the left-hand side of the web page, and unfortunately sometimes first-time users that they want to register. Well, they actually need to just go straight to apply for loan. Registration is mainly for people who've had previous loans and that type of thing, so they'll go to registration and they won't be able to do it, so they kind of run into problems there. So if you ever get that call, like, I can't fill it out, always refer them to the apply for loan link on the website. Now, in the last week, we've actually installed a new page after this. In the last few years, in light of all the new web browsers that are out there, Google Chrome, Mozilla, I know a lot of students like the Apple computers now, so they're using Safari. Those browsers have caused a lot of problems with our application. So a lot of times students are beginning in their application with those browsers, and the system will, in many cases, allow them to get all the way to the last page, and then they can't seem to go beyond that. It's always taking them back to that page. That's because they're not using Internet Explorer. So we put into our application, the pre-application areas, these bullets, and you'll see in the red, it's saying, please note when you're applying online, our system works best with Internet Explorer. And the page before this, they'll have to click a apply online link, and right next to it, it says the same bullet point, please use Internet Explorer. The majority of problems that we're having right now is because students aren't using Internet Explorer. And I'm sure you're hearing from students as well. They may be having issues with our system. The first thing you should suggest is, or ask is, are you using Internet Explorer? Because their system primarily only works with Internet Explorer. So we've tried to really highlight that piece and emphasize that to the students. But the third page they'll get to is this page. They choose the program that they're applying for. Here's the College Access Loan Program, and they click that. Now this will take them to a Regulation Z checklist. Now, we know students or parents, a lot of parents are filling these applications out. They gloss over this information, but we've put this here just to kind of give them the rundown on what the process is, all the different steps that they're going to be going through in the application process. Unfortunately, not a lot of students actually take the time to look at this, because this would alleviate a lot of questions they have throughout the process. But we do provide this checklist so that they know what's coming. Even we offer at the last bullet point, please print a copy, so that you have that throughout the process. But unfortunately, a lot of students do not use it. But from here, they would continue on to our solicitation disclosure, and it's one of the Reg Z requirements, where we're pretty much providing just kind of basic information, definitions on different things, providing the repayment options, kind of sample repayment options, so that they can see, okay, I'm borrowing $10,000. If I don't make any payments at the end of, the 120-month period of time, this is what I'm looking at as far as repayment, so that they know, what they're getting into. Now, do a lot of them read it? I have no idea, but for Reg Z, we have to provide this information, so we are providing it, so that they can kind of see what they're getting into when they're taking out a loan. The second half of the page just goes more into the example previously, and then also the federal loan alternatives, such as Perkins, Stafford, and PLUS loans. We also go into the next steps that they would have to take in the process. And the final piece, just once again, going over, more information on the loan, origination fees, how those work, eligibility criteria for the borrower and cosigner. So all this information is being provided prior to them really getting into the meat of the application. And then even at the end, they're acknowledging that they've read and understand the options presented to them before they continue. Okay, so this is really the beginning of the application, where they would put in their social security number, the school name, they'd pick from a drop down, and they choose that and continue on. And here they begin inputting their demographic information, email, and at the very bottom, I just want you to note, we have a section for driver's license. And the last one is driver's license audit number. That is key for the student to e-sign. In this example, we've listed that they have an e-sign so that we can show you what happens later on in the application, because we really want them to e-sign. That speeds up the process. That makes it a little bit more seamless. Whereas if they're printing something out, mailing it in, invariably there's errors on those applications. So we'll show you that in the presentation. So here's the second part of just the initial page, where they're requesting their loan amount and putting in loan period start and end dates. we only have a fixed rate option now, so that's also just provided. And then the last piece is we ask if they want a cosigner, if they don't want a cosigner. This is another area where students kind of get kind of bogged down because they'll decide, no, I don't want a cosigner, and then later on they'll find that their credit's not approved, and then they just freeze. They're like, oh no, I said I wasn't gonna have one. Well, the system is intuitive enough to know that, if they're not approved for a cosigner, if they're not approved credit-wise, then they would have to have a cosigner. So the system will provide that. A lot of times they want to back up in the application, and that causes problems. So if they continue on throughout the application, the system will provide that option to provide a cosigner and actually require it. So it's another area where students do have hiccups and issues. Okay, now in this case, we're requesting a password. The student creates a password. This is a first-time kind of user, first-time borrower, so they then input their password for their account that they are creating. Okay, this next piece, here we're getting their approval to run their credit. One of the new enhancements recently is we've added an opt-out option because we know most students coming out of high school just don't have enough credit to be approved on their own. And so why have them, apply for something, have us pull their credit when most likely they're not going to be approved. So we provide actually our credit criteria, Number 2A, they need at least a 700 Vantage score or higher, no public records, a minimum of 5 credit trade lines. So we spell out what they would need to be approved, and if they're not credit worthy or they don't feel that they are, they can click the bubble on the bottom section saying, I do not meet the minimum criteria. Please continue without it, and then they can continue there. But in that case, of course, they would need a cosigner, or would require a cosigner. Okay, and as you can see, the decision comes up right after that. So some students say, I don't know if I was approved or not, and the same goes along with the cosigner. Right after they give us the approval to review their credit, they're told if they're approved or not right away. So there should be no, gray area questions. They should know exactly. It's right there in black and white. Credit denial, it gives them information. If you're a borrower, you need to get a cosigner. If you're a cosigner, please notify the borrower so they can acquire a new cosigner. So it provides that information as well as the Experian information. Now, this is another area where students get bogged down because they see the denial and they think, oh, I can't get this loan, and stop. They don't necessarily see, if they scroll down, they can actually continue the application so that they can provide the additional information. So this is one area where, once again, they kind of get bogged down. Yes. If the student was approved, it would tell them they're approved on the next page as well. And also, if you have questions, please raise your hand throughout the presentation so I can address them. Okay, so now we get into the reference section of the application. And I want to kind of just highlight, at the top, we do provide the Common Line Unique ID for the loan. It also says that the student can stop at any time, and this information is saved and come back. So we're providing, that information for them so that they know the different options. Now, just as a federal Stafford, students are required to provide 2 references with different addresses. So they provide that there. And this is just the second part. They can save and continue on the application. And here's the section where they provide the cosigner. And the information even says you are not eligible to continue without a cosigner at this time. If you wish at this time, please fill out the cosigner information. Your cosigner will be sent an email which contains additional cosigner application instructions. your application will not be complete until this has been done. So, we let them know, you have to have a cosigner. Please provide this information. We give them the process where they provide the cosigner name and email address. Cosigner sent an email, and they provide the information separately. Back here, we have a mic, so the people on the web can hear you.
Okay, we had a student come in the other day,
Okay.
and he said he was denied the college access loan.
Okay.
But you had sent me the application to certify, so I've already certified it. But now he's saying he's denied. I thought that you wouldn't send the applications to be certified unless the loan is approved.
Right, and that sounds like a situation where the student probably was denied, but maybe they provided a cosigner. Cosigner provided their information, and so we were able to process everything.
So you don't send them unless they are approved and ready to go, right?
Right, exactly. You won't be on the reports that we provide unless we have everything. That's including a cosigner that's been approved and their documentation, everybody's documentation. So, yeah, the student, I don't know. We might have to look into that.
It's important to understand that the name of the student appears on your report at different portions of that report, and you need to be aware of the fact that it needs to be on that pre-approved, waiting for certification. That portion of the report is where you want to pay attention to the student. The student will appear on that report because they have created an account, and so they will appear on that on the report in different parts of. But again, you need to, as financial aid officers, we advise that you wait until we complete all necessary steps on this end prior to you forwarding all those monies towards that particular loan for certification. So there's the difference between that.
That's the one I pull, is needs certification. I pull that report.
Okay. Now, I'm sorry, you said the needs certification? It's not you don't look at the big report that it has the uncertified applications that are pre-approved? Is that what you work from? Okay, perfect. All right, thank you. So this is a cosigner section, and next, here's the e-sign eligible. Because the student has a Texas driver's license, but they did not provide the audit number, this will come up just to notify the student once again, you can e-sign, please do so. It provides examples of the different Texas driver's license and where they can find the audit number. So yeah, we're trying to funnel them to the e-sign. I mean, it's just a better process, easier, faster. So the system will intuitively do that if they have not provided the audit number. And then here is just the e-sign eligibility information. It lets them know they're eligible to e-sign once again, and provides all the pertinent information regarding e-signing. Goes into the process, lets them know, what happens if it's successful, and if it's not successful, that they would need to print out their documentation, sign and date, and mail those in to us. So we provide all that information to them regarding e-signing. From there, they would proceed to terms and conditions, and just terms and conditions of the loan. Kind of gets into all the different information that's required. From there, they can accept that at the very bottom, and then continue on to the self-certification form. Student, once again, the initial information would be pre-filled for the student, but the student would then put in their period of enrollment again. And then underneath, we have the section where we ask for the cost of attendance and estimated financial aid. I know they have, a lot of times we get so many questions about this section. And we list here, underneath the definitions of what each of those are and what they should entail. And students still, a lot of times they have issues. I know they don't necessarily go over everything, but this is another area where students run into issues, but that information is provided for them so that they know what they should be entering in there. But from here, just more information and disclosures, and then at the very bottom they acknowledge that they've read and understand the information, and then they are electronically allowed to e-sign the documentation. From there, it will tell them on the very next page your e-signature process was successful, and it points them to reviewing their actual documentation. There's a button that they can view and print, and on that documentation they will see the information that they provided, and then also at the bottom they'll see that this document has been e-signed to verify that. I know lately we've been receiving the e-signed documentation and students are printing it out and mailing it as well, so they're doing double the work. I'm not sure why. I don't understand why that's happening, but maybe they're not able to print or something, but it does show them that they have e-signed. Now, our documentation also provides the borrower self-certification form as well, so it'll show them that information, as well as that they've e-signed as well at the bottom. Now, Herbert McCarswell is going to take over for the second half of the presentation. Was there any other questions before? Okay, in the back here.
I have a question about the e-signing.
Okay.
And it's really not about your process, but we're looking for an e-sign process for our school. We're wanting to be able to have our students to go online to our website and be able to sign their like verification worksheets and stuff, and I was wondering if the signature process that you're using is something that might be accessible to schools as well, or if any other schools have a process where students or their parents can go out and do online forms, at your school and e-sign those forms.
Jane, I
don't know. There's a mic right there.
There's a mic. Yeah, she's not.
Here you go. I'm sorry.
But we can
Jane.
certainly look into it and see if that's something that may be available for the schools. When the student goes in and enters their driver's license audit numbers, it bounces off that information from Texas Department of Transportation. But I don't know.
Is that something that you're having to pay for, or is that free?
No, it's something we have to pay for.
Oh. Then that probably means that we would not be able to use it.
I'll still check on it and get you some more information on that.
So Herbert McCarswell will take over now.
Thank you. We're doing really well on time, so we encourage you as we proceed with the process here. If you have any questions, just let me know and we can pause for a moment. So we are now we're continuing on with the actual application process that the student is submitting out there. We've come to a part where the cosigner is going to input their information. If we think back in the application process for the student, the borrower designated a cosigner, and all that means for us is that the person who's applying put a name and an email address for the person they want to be the designated cosigner. So that's all that means. And then the system then generates an email to be sent to that cosigner, and this is what that looks like. It has a link, that HTTP link, where they would just click on. We ask them to copy and paste that unique ID number, and that's how they begin, by clicking on that. Now, a couple of security things that we've put in place for obviously the sensitive information that we have. When this cosigner goes on and accesses that link successfully, they have one and only one opportunity to input their information. Once they access the information and exit that information, they no longer have access to that. So it's important that we understand that they only have one opportunity to do that. Once they get in and out, that's it. Also, the cosigner is a part of the application process, of course, but the cosigner, when they go and they access this link, they do not have the information pertaining to the borrower. That application information is separate from the cosigner's information. Again, that's for security reasons and why we do that, and to secure the information that we have. So just wanted to mention that. So this is what when they click on that link, this is what they come up with. We have the square that also reiterates to them Internet Explorer is what they need to be using when they're accessing this information. They input their email and the common line unique ID number, and then they're on their way. Demographic information for the cosigner, as well as at the bottom you see there the driver's license audit number, and I'll get into that a little bit more as well. And this is just the second page of that same, for the information for the cosigner. Again, the demographic information, clicking on next. You see that the system does a pretty good job of next or continue at the bottom of each page, and it kind of lets them know. And one other thing that we haven't mentioned, these little blue stars that are on the end of each of the entry areas, they can click on those and actually get some guidance on what it is they're needing. Like on dates, for example, if they click on that star, they'll get the format in the way that the system is requiring them to input that information. So again, if they run into any questions or concerns or confused about what they put in there, they can click on that blue star. So again, we're just continuing on with the cosigner's information, and they go to the next page. Just like if the borrower opted to have their credit pulled, this is the same thing. Obviously, we're definitely gonna pull the cosigner's information for credit. This gives us the authorization to do that, and they are confirming by clicking the radio button at the bottom. And then it's instantaneous. That's one of the things that Davin was mentioning, and also it's so quick that sometimes, like, was that an error? It came up quick, and it is that quick. It communicates with the DPS system and comes back right away, letting them know approval or non-approval that happens there. So again, they get into completing their application and what it takes to continue to do that at this point, and again, proceed to terms and conditions of that. They read all that. This is the same kind of terms and conditions that the borrower has, and obviously the cosigner is going to be agreeing to those terms too as the designated payment guarantor on the document. Same page, and at the bottom you see that it says that they're agreeing to accept these terms. And then they come to the indication of whether or not they have successfully electronically signed. Obviously, we're going to give you an example of one that they have successfully electronically signed, and they can view and print that application for their records if they want, but obviously they wouldn't have to actually turn anything into our office. This is just the top part of the PDF formatted payment guarantor. You see that it has in the top of the document, it has the student's name, the unique ID number, not the Social Security number, and then also importantly, the amount of the loan. So we definitely had to have those match up with what the borrower's applying for, and obviously if they e-sign, it's going to be pretty automatic with that. So that's the top of the page, and this is the bottom of it. The document has been e-signed. The ability for the cosigner has been around since earlier this year, maybe February or so. So we're very happy to bring that in. We've obviously had the borrower, the capacity for the borrower to electronically sign for a while, but we brought that in. So it definitely expedites that process once they're able to electronically sign successfully. So I know we're kind of going through things quickly, and again, if you guys have any questions or anything, that's, we're more than happy to answer anything. We're going to transition from the process of the application. Everything we've talked about is the application process and what the student and the cosigner would be required to do. At this point, we're transitioning to the loan, and what that means basically is that our office has received all necessary documents and we've processed all necessary documents. It also means that the school has been notified via the reports that we provide to you, and you've accessed that information and you've certified those loans. So then it becomes a loan, and then at this point because of the Reg Z, and I'll get into that a little bit more, this is the next step that is involved in the process of the application. So what will happen online at HH Loans is there'll be an actual link that says agreement required. It tells them that the next step at this point for the borrower is for them to accept the agreements of the loan. So again, it's just a link that's made available to them online, and they simply access that information by clicking on it. And this is what they end up coming up with. Now, the information, we're required by law to provide that information in the mail. So we do send that information to them, but they're asked to accept the terms online. That's the way they must do that. And they simply do that by just clicking on the acknowledgement and hitting the submit button, and then that part of the application process is done. Again, the loan process. And it tells them right away. Again, if they're using the proper Internet Explorer browsers, it'll successfully accept that information. This is another, throughout the process, we can't reiterate enough that they have to use the Internet Explorer, because filling out the application, of course, is important for us to get a complete record, but it's also important for them to complete the application within Internet Explorer. When they try to access this information with the other browsers that aren't as compatible, we do run into issues and problems, and they are not sure. We have to do some other additional checking to see whether or not they truly actually did accept the loan approval disclosure. So again, it tells them when they go online and they actually acknowledge receiving the loan's terms, it'll tell them they've accepted it. Pretty simple. Okay. So what's new? The Reg Z policies have been in effect since February of 2010, and so obviously we're subjected to that. The new Reg Z requirements, as part of the process of the application, require that the solicitation disclosure be revealed to the student, that the borrower self-certification be a part of the application process, that there is an approval disclosure, that there's an active acceptance of the loan terms, the consummation disclosure is sent to the student as well, and the right to cancel period is also part of the entire process of the application. So before Reg Z, this is what our process basically encompassed. It was basically the student going online, completing the application, completing the promissory note, the certification from the school, coming either from online at HH Loans or through file transfer, and then our office reviewing and auditing all information and approving it, and then basically the funds would be transferred over to school within 3 business days. Pretty simple. So now we've come into, obviously, the new regulations that we're bound by, and the student, again, is presented with the solicitation disclosure, and he still has to, of course, complete the application and any necessary promissory notes that are needed, and the private loan self-certification form as well. The institution that submits, still part of the process, the institution still submits their certification online or via the file transfer, and we obviously review that information and approve it at that point. The approval disclosure with the specific loan details is mailed to the students, as I was saying, and then they are needed to go online and actually accept those terms. That's the only way that they can do it, but again, they get a physical copy of that, and then the terms of the loan are locked in for 30 days. We can't change any of that information after that time period, prior to that time period, I should say. So continuing on with the Regulation Z new policies, the student would log on electronic and accept the terms, which we kind of already just covered that. The consummation disclosure is mailed to the student, informing them of the right to cancel, and indicating the earliest date of delivery of the funds, also indicated by the disbursement dates set by the school. And then the funds delivered 11 business days after the consummation disclosure is mailed. That's how the school gets those funding. So we can talk about the actual days that it actually takes for the loan to actually be completed. Now, keep in mind that the time period from them beginning the actual process to the actual funds getting to the school may encompass more than 11 days, but again, just an overview of how that takes. The consummation disclosure is mailed to the student. The reasonable delivery time is approximately 3 days. and the right to cancel period, which is their right to say, after all that, I've kind of looked at the loan, they get the actual terms and how long it would take them and how much interest. They get that information in writing, and they're like, you know what, I'm changing my mind. So that's what that portion of the application process is. We give them that right, we give them that time period in order for them to have that time to change their mind if that's what they want to do. And then the funds requested and delivered in 3 business days after that. So before Reg Z, we had the approval and the funds delivered in 3 business days. And now we have it to where there's the approval disclosure, the loan terms accepted online, the consummation disclosure right to cancel is mailed to them so they can see that the physical document of that, and then the funds delivered within 11 business days from the beginning of that process. Yeah. So we went through that pretty quickly, and obviously there's some significant changes that are done with the loan processing, but again, we feel that the way that the application process flows and the way that it takes them to the next step and the next step, and it kind of audits itself. If there's invalid information that they input in one of the particular screens, it'll let them know, and they have that blue dot, that blue star, where they can kind of click on that and get some additional information if they need. Okay. So the application process with that is complete. So if you guys have any questions, we can kind of go over anything that you may have. We'll continue on, and there's just a new feature that we have as well. And again, if you guys feel that you have any questions, we can definitely get back to that. Oh, the contact information, if you need that, for Janie and Albert, their email address as well as their direct phone number. Okay. Online at hhloans.com, of course, is where we direct all students and to look at their information. We've actually enhanced the ability for the student to get more updated and clarified information in regards to the actual status of their application. So now now the student can log on and actually see what required documents are still missing, the status of their credit as a student borrower, the co-signer's information regarding their status, as well as their promissory notes, as well as their credit, and the overall process status of the application. So what they're going to get here, just for a generic student, they're going to come online. Now, one of the differences that you may see here under the application status, where it says click here for status, what students and maybe you guys as well have seen throughout the past is a very generic status that basically said waiting on certification of eligibility from the school. We get a lot of calls about that. What is it? They don't even know what that means. So we realize the limitations to that very generic status update. So we have this link that's now available to the students. The students can see this now. This is live and in production. They simply click here for status, and this is what they come up with. So it specifies the specific loan that they've actually applied for. A couple of bullets down, the fourth bullet, status as of 7/21. Obviously that date's going to change. It required documents, promissory note and self-certification form received. Again, this is an example. That combination will change. We could have where the promissory note is received, the self-certification form hasn't. So again, there's combinations that we have in all these. For the student credit, if applicable, loan requires a cosigner. If we're not sure, if they haven't actually completed that portion, then we'll say something different. Cosigner approved, but waiting on promissory note. Again, we could have to where we've actually received the cosigner promissory note. So again, these are generic statuses that we're showing here. The application status, application in process. So it's ongoing. We're still waiting for information, whatever that may be. And so that's what that information, and so again, the information will likely be like if they're checking today, it'll be yesterday's date. That'll say as of yesterday's date. That's the most updated information that we have provided to that particular application.
And one thing that I know a lot of you will be happy about is the only time the student will see that waiting for school certification message will be after they've completed everything. So it's going to kind of mirror how we do our reports, but I know that that's been a huge issue because that always causes a student to come to you as people, financial aid administrators, when they still had things they had to do. So now they'll only see that when they've done everything. So we hope that helps you all out big time.
That's a big point because obviously, we advise, and obviously it's your discretion to run the office the way you want, but if we have everything in our office and the student has completed all necessary documents up to that point, then that would be the best and most opportune time for the school to actually certify and set aside those particular monies for that application. Because prior to that, there's no way any of us know how long or how much time the student would need to actually complete all necessary steps for that application. So once we know and you get verification from your reports that you can verify by accessing that information, then you know in confidence that when you certify that application, those monies are going to go forward. They're not going to sit there until that student completes it. They're going to go forward. They're going to take the next step to the loan acceptance disclosure section of the loan application process. Okay. This is just another example. This is the prior one we had was a Cal loan. This is a BOT loan. And again, the status as of 6/22 showing there's only two things that's going to be showing: the promissory note and the app in process. So obviously you guys are going to be certifying that prior to. So again, the promissory note and self-certification form received, that's going to be changeable. It's not going to always say that. It's going to say something different depending upon the actual status of the application. Okay.
Another thing I want to add is this is just phase one on our system. You as financial aid administrators will also be able to see these new messages in the future, near future, so that, of course, that's going to help you to know, students in your office, you can pull them up and say, hey, this is what you need. Whereas now you have no idea. So, yeah, the second phase is coming fairly shortly. I don't know specifically when, but it should be fairly soon. I think September, October, Albert was saying. So hopefully in the near future.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you all for attending, and those who are logging on to view. We're excited to offer this information and definitely are available for any questions that you may have after the seminar. Thank you.
Yeah, another thing, just one last thing. The comptroller's office will be closing toward the end of the month. So if you have certifications and advising your students, please get your documentation in, because that'll be right around the time when school starts. So definitely suggest that they complete their applications right away, because there's a period of time toward the end of August to the beginning of September where nothing will be going out. Funds won't be going out at all. So yeah, if you get students in, please remind them of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Last chance to ask questions of the loan folk before they disappear. Although if they're welcome to hang around, because we will be finishing up in a while, and if you want to come back and have some questions answered, you're welcome to. Could I ask one thing? On these last couple of slides that you showed, could we get copies of those to share? We could send out to them and the people who are, okay, let them have copies of those. We're now getting ready to move on to what we call the drive-through. Used to be called the drive-by. We decided that was not very appropriate. What we do with this is we try to give each of our people who work with programs a chance to speak on something specific for their program that they wanted to, but also kind of be available if you have a question about their program. Let me load this onto the system, and then we'll get started. What we're going to do is, since we have a couple of cameras, I'm going to use a moment to introduce the staff members, so those of you who've never met them in person will know who they are. And then after that, we'll focus over on the screen to get the slides, and they will explain it. It's a little bit awkward in that they'll be behind you as they explain their slides, but at least this way you have a good view of the slide as they're giving their explanation. You're still going to be very welcome to ask questions, no change there. But in order to get you up here close enough so that you could see the slides easily, we had to put your back to the place where we could place our staff. So let me go ahead and introduce them, and then I will put in the thumb drive and we'll get going. I'll start on the left and then go on around. Deborah Coe. Deborah is a master of our track system. We get a lot of emails coming in, and Deborah works with those. She also handles some of the questions on residency and a fair number on the firefighter and peace officer exemption programs. Next to her is Amy Pringle. Amy is working with this summer program called the Final Stretch program that is federally funded, and she'll talk a little bit about that in a moment. Next to her is Joella Martinez. Joella used to be primarily educational aid exemption program, but she's now also getting to juggle TEOG. Coming on down the line, there's Sophia Rodriguez, who is your main contact for the Texas Grant Program, and I think one of the two primary contacts for the Top 10 Scholarship Program. Next to her is Rafael Villarreal. Rafael is a character. No, he works primarily with the TEG program, but also with Top 10. Next to Rafael is Scipio Brown. Scipio has been our bird guru, and so for the Federal Bird Scholarship Program, he has also worked with the TANF Exemption Program. Next to Scipio is Renee Jones. Renee works with the Texas Work Study Program, also with the Nursing Scholarship Programs and the Combat Exemption Program. Next to Renee, and she really isn't that short, she's good in a low chair. Next to her is Tanya Trevino. Tanya is our FADS guru, and if you have never met Tanya, this is a good chance for you to meet her. She helps you get your reports through the FADS bottleneck. And then next to her is Sheba Spears. Sheba works primarily with the Early High School Graduation Scholarship Program, but also with the License Plate Insignia Scholarship and the Engineering Scholarship. And I believe that's everybody. Give me just a moment. I'll put this in and we'll get started on our slides. Thank you. I'm going to have the important job of hitting the button so we move forward to the next slide. Bird Scholarship, Scipio Brown.
Good afternoon. As you noticed, there's been a lot of cuts with the federal programs as well as the state programs. The Bird Scholarship was one of the programs that was cut this year. Beginning at September, which is the new fiscal year, there's not going to be any funding through the Department of Education. I do have some money left over, and I'm explaining to you how that's going to work. From the previous years, I have a total of $625,000 left over. As you know, last year I spent about $3.4 million. Since it's only $625,000, what I'm going to try to do is, and from Darryl Davis from the Department of Education in Washington, D.C., he wants me to give priority to seniors. So I'll be sending y'all out some rosters, as I do every year, for y'all to complete. It's very important that you complete those rosters and get those back to me in a timely manner. And the reason being is I'm going to request funds in the order that I receive the rosters, okay? Those rosters, they'll be coming out very shortly, sometime probably within the next week or two. Once you confirm your eligibility, you're allowed to, you can even fax it back to me. That information will be on the cover letter that's included with the roster. Please don't be late, like I said, because it's going to be on a first come, first served basis. Once we receive the rosters, I'm going to request them. We're going to send out the money. Once all the money is spent, any rosters that I get after then, I'm going to return them back to y'all. So make sure y'all give priority to seniors, though. Because they're at the end of the program, and we want to make sure that they get out of school. Okay? You have any questions?
Okay, as we mentioned before, BIRD is one of 3 federal programs that have been discontinued. The other 2 are LEAP and SLEEP. There is a sample of the BIRD roster right at the end of these slides in your handouts, so you'll get a sense of what he's going to send to you. And again, as Scipio said, it's first come, first serve, so you want to act on that as quickly as you can and get it back to him and get in line for some of that money. All right? No questions about BIRD? Okay. Next we have the closing of programs, and one of the people who probably deserves to be in combat pay and full body armor is Sheba Spears, who works with the early high school program. Sheba, I'll turn it over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to talk about some of the state programs that have received 0 funding, and they're listed there on the screen there for you. Most important things to remember about these programs as we close out this current fiscal year is that we are still submitting, and you can submit requests for funds for these programs. With everything going on, we understand, especially for EHS, some students wanting to use their funds before the fiscal year ends. So we are currently taking requests for funds for the fall 2010 term, spring 11, and summer 11. And I wanted to emphasize that for educational aid too, because I know that we've been getting a lot of questions regarding those 2 programs and who can receive funding and who cannot, and how far back can you make those requests. If you have any questions about early high school or educational aid, you can ask me about early high school, and Joelle has been processing the requests for educational aid, but you can still submit those funds request forms. We just received information this week from the Comptroller's office that they will be, they're asking us to submit our requests to them by August 19th. So if you can get those to us sooner than later, so that we can get those processed in a timely manner. We're still processing these requests. Also, the good thing about these programs is that the statutes were not repealed. So basically what that means is that because they haven't been written out of law, we could come back in a couple of years and the state could fund these programs and get them reactivated. So that's the silver lining in it to me, and that's what I've been trying to encourage the students, especially with the early grad students who are wanting to use their funds and really don't understand the full process, but letting them know that in a couple of years, if this program is funded, they will be able to use those awards at that time. And lastly, institutions aren't required to participate in these exemptions since they're not going to be reimbursed, but we've heard that some institutions are, and so what we're just encouraging you guys to do is to establish internal policies if you are going to be making awards such as educational aid or trying to compensate for some of these programs that are going to be discontinued after the end of this year. Any questions?
Okay, I would like to stress one thing that Sheba said, and that's that we're accepting applications for fall 2010, not fall 2011, because fall 2011 is outside this fiscal year. It's going to rely on appropriated funds, and nothing was appropriated. So what we're doing now is using up the last of the foundation program money that we have available to cover awards for this current year. Current fiscal year. Okay. Thank you very much. And I'd like to take a moment of time to thank all of the staff, because as this program has been closed down, we have been overwhelmed with calls and emails and such about it. And everyone sitting up there has become somewhat of an expert on the early high school program. This program is not going quietly to its grave. It is fighting it tooth and claw. And we would love to see funding put back in the program in the future, but that obviously will be up to the legislature. Any questions on these? Okay, another thing to remember is that students have, for early high school, 6 years of eligibility. So if they qualified within the last couple of years, they still have some future in the program when this funding could make a difference if it comes in. Okay, fads changing. We're going to go to Tanya Trevino.
Hello, everyone. Talking about changes and kind of reminders of changes for fiscal year 2011. The due date, just to put in everyone's ear, is to have your file submitted, error-free, reconciled to year-end reports, and certified is December 1st. Just a reminder, you are to report all students who were enrolled at your institution and completed either a FAFSA or TASFA, regardless if they received aid or not. You are also to report any student that was enrolled at your institution and received merit aid, but did not complete either a FAFSA or TASFA. The first item, when reporting merit-only aid applicants, make sure you're reporting only those that actually received merit aid. The only time you will report students that did not receive merit aid or did not receive aid is if they completed either a FAFSA or TASFA. The merit-only students should be reported with an EFC of 6 nines. And merit aid fields that are only greater than 0, which are data element 31H, which is for merit-based aid funded by private donations to the institutions, data element 31I, which is institution-funded merit-based gift aid, and data element 31J, which is for the Byrd Scholarship. Number 2, the top 10 scholarship field, it has been continued from 2010 and should still be reported under data element number 4. Number 3, the federal race and ethnicity codes. This is still continued into 2011 from 2010. Last year we had a field that we added, which was field 12, which allowed you to use the old format. This year the field 12 has been eliminated and every institution is now required to use the new format, which is found on fields 15 through 16G. Number 4, needs analysis field, which is field 13. This has been continued for 2011 as well. You have 2 options, 1 for yes, that a needs analysis was used, and 2 for no. Please pay special attention to this field. Last year we found a lot of discrepancies in reporting this field. If you're reporting merit aid only students and their EFC, you're reporting their EFC with 6 nines, then the needs analysis option should be 2 for no. Option 1 should only be used for all students that completed a needs analysis, whether it was by hand calculation or by completing either a FAFSA or TASFA. There is a warning in place this year for if you reported all of your students with a 1, which is a yes, or if you reported 75% of your students with a 2. Also, if you're reporting a student with a 1 for yes and your EFC is a 6 nines, then you will receive an error for that. There might be a case where you actually do have a student that is above the 6 nines, in which case you would just send me an explanation and we can override that. Number 5, which is for the living arrangement, that has been continued for 2011, and the options that you have are 1 with parents, 2 campus housing, 3 off campus, 4 other. Number 6, matching the FADS to your CBM 001 report, that has also been continued for 2011, which means you'll still have the list that indicates if you had any students that did not match, and that list is within your edit report. We have added data element number 5, which is called an unmatched reason. And this unmatched reason will replace you having to send us an email for each student indicating why they did not match. But we'll go into more detail on that one on the next slide. Number 7 for the 2011 is only for public institutions. We have added 6 new data elements to capture the type and the amount of the exemption or waiver the student received. It's not mandatory for 2011, and you can still use field 29, which captures that aggregate amount. However, if your programming does allow for that, please use the new fields. And this is for public institutions only. Private institutions will still use field 29. Next year, it will become mandatory where public institutions won't be able to report into that field at all. And the codes, I believe you have in your handouts the list of the codes that will be used for those fields. On the next slide, we have the justification codes, which will be for the data element number 5, when you do have a student that does not match between your FADS and your CBM 001 report. And the reasons they would appear on their list is either they did not match based on their social security number between the 2 reports, or if you reported a non-immigrant student on your FADS and the social security number did not match on the CBM 001 report, or if you reported a non-immigrant student on the FADS and did not report them as such on the CBM 001 as well. You should have the codes 00, which should be reported for all students on your first initial submission of your report. Then if the student appears on the list, you will change that code to fit to the appropriate code that fits why the student did not match. We're only allowing you to submit 1 code, so just use your best judgment on the best reason why the student did not match. Also make sure when you are reporting that code that it is the same code for every submission that you are for every submission of your report. Zero 01 would be used for students if a student dropped all classes before the census date in all the terms in which he or she was enrolled. Code 02 should be used for a student enrolled after the census date in all the terms in which he or she was enrolled. Code 03 should be used if a student is enrolled in a public 4-year institution and is 100% enrolled in continuing education courses. 04 should be used if a student is a non-resident and is 100% enrolled in distance education. Code 05 should be used if a student was only enrolled in summer. And Code 06 should be used if a student's social or ID was reported incorrectly and a change will or has been made through the CBM OON. Now these codes that we used were the codes that we found most common, were the reasons that we found most common last year as to why the students didn't match. Any questions?
Tanya, I have a couple of questions, if I may. If the you indicated that when they submit their original file, they should code everyone at 00.
Right.
So that the only ones that will then fall out of the system as having errors are the ones that didn't have the match. So in other words, if I had 100 people on my group and 10 of them didn't match, then those 10 would then come up as an error.
Right.
And I'd have to come back and give you a code as to why they had that error.
Right, correct.
If on the second round I corrected 5 of them, would the third round just show 5 errors? In other words, it holds that information I've given, and that code will now make it clear the edits the next time it comes through, right?
Good. Yes.
Okay, good. So using these codes will cause those lists of errors to just decrease and then go away.
Correct.
Very good. Let me give you a little background as to why you're having to do this. Last spring, as we were getting ready, spring before last, as we were getting ready for the legislative session, and that starts way ahead of when the session starts, we got a query from a legislator about the number of quote-unquote 1403 students who had received state aid. And we used the FADS report, of course, to identify students who got aid, but then we compared it to the 001, which is the enrollment report, to make sure we caught everyone. And what we found is that there were students in the FADS report that were not in the enrollment report, and vice versa. And logically, that doesn't make any sense. What we have found as we did more research into it is that these are some reasons why those discrepancies could occur. The 001 does not catch everyone. And so if you fall into one of these categories, you're not included in the 001, and therefore there's a reason why you could be in FADS but not in the 001. So that's what we're trying to clear up, is to make sure that everyone who should be is in both reports, but to have an explanation for those when there's not a match. Yes, sir. Okay, sorry. Thank you. Could we get you to repeat that, Governor? Thank you.
Each year we have students who were undocumented students on the CB reports initially, but during the course of the year and between the time the FADS report is filed, they've attained permanent resident status or some eligible status. And I don't see a code for that.
And Tanya, correct me if I'm wrong, but in that case, you would send Tanya an email and she could override and get rid of the error that way.
Correct.
But that probably should be added for next year as another code option.
Those students would have been reported like with a school ID code initially. And then in the FADS report, they'd have a social, and that kicks out as
right. Well, the CBM 001 that is mentioned down here was designed to be a walkover from an old ID number to a Social Security number. So one of the things that will in the long term solve that problem is to get our system to know that if they find something with that old number, this is what the Social Security number is now. Were you going to say something else?
Would you be reporting, though, that student once they went from ID to social on the CBM OON?
I'm not sure which CB report they come up on, just the initial one that they filed with the enrollment.
Well, the CBM OON is the one where you report changes to the student's social or ID.
Right, but I'm saying due to the timing, you could still have them one way on one report because we have them every year.
Right.
And then have a social on the FADS report. Okay. So it just seemed logical to me. You maybe just put a code in there and we wouldn't have to deal with those errors.
Right, okay.
Obviously, we want you to go ahead and take this step with the OON, but you're right, this may be a way to solve the problem as far as the report is concerned the first year. I don't know if there's an option of adding this for the 2011 report. Certainly, we should be able to add it for next year's report. Thank you. The other question, Tanya, that I had is the option about students only enrolled in summer. Doesn't that just apply to the private schools because we don't get the summer 001 from them?
Correct, yeah. We need to update that.
So that doesn't apply to public institutions. Having someone enrolled in just the summer and getting financial aid, they still should match up between those two reports. Thank you, Tanya.
Yes.
Any other questions about this? Okay. Our next one is on final stretch, and Amy Pringle.
Hello, everyone. Sorry about that. Just a quick update for those of you that haven't heard about the final stretch grant that's stretching out a little bit longer than anticipated. It is $4 million to award 2 students $2,000 awards. And we're going to award 1,000 STEMs and 1,000 non-STEMs. I do have an update as of this afternoon. The information you have on your paperwork is 165, but I think I've gotten it narrowed down to 100, maybe less after this afternoon. So hopefully we won't have to bug you too much about more eligible students. But if so, we may send out another request with eligible students asking you to tell us one more time the people that are eligible, and we're going to be including summer 2 in that 3rd round if it does have to happen. And that's a quick update, and thanks everyone for your patience for my first federal program here at the coordinating board. Any questions?
Thanks, Amy. We are aware that summer awards are the toughest ones for you to make, and we've certainly experienced that they're the toughest ones for us to make. But this was a federal grant. We were thankful to have the money, and again, thank you very much for helping us get it to eligible students. Our next slide are the firefighter and peace officer exemptions, and this is Deborah Coe.
Hi, everybody. Further towards the back of your handouts is a complete list of a comparison of the firefighter exemption and the peace officer exemption. But right now I just want to talk about what's different about those 2 programs. First of all, there is a difference between the type of degree or certificate that can be awarded. Firefighters can receive certificate, bachelor's, or postgraduate programs, can use this exemption for those types of programs. Peace officer exemption, however, is limited to certificate or bachelor degrees only. In terms of having a deadline for application, only the peace officers have to comply with a deadline, and that deadline is 1 week prior to the last day of your regular registration period. And there's a reason for that. It gets into the next block. There's a maximum number of awards that can be made for peace officers. No more than 20% of the maximum capacity for each eligible class can receive the peace officer exemption. So if your maximum capacity for a class is 30, then only 6 students in that particular class can receive the peace officer exemption. And obviously you're going to want to know that ahead of time, which explains why you want them to be able to register ahead of time. In terms of the firefighter exemption, there is not a maximum number of awards. And looking back again at peace officers, again, it's a maximum capacity for each class. If you've got 30 as your maximum capacity for the class, but you've only enrolled 20 students, it's still going to be 20% of the 30 maximum capacity, not 20% of the maximum enrollment for the class. Okay, in terms of satisfactory academic progress, if a firefighter has received the exemption on or after September of 2009 for the first time, then they need to meet your institution's financial aid SAP in order to receive a renewal award. With peace officers, they need to meet the financial aid SAP for all of them, regardless of when they enrolled. And since this is the first semester that you'll be using it, that shouldn't be an issue. Both of the exemption programs talked about excess hours, and that's excess hours for their particular program. If they're a firefighter who is receiving their first exemption on or after September 2009, then they can continue to receive the exemption, but the student will have to pay the penalty tuition. The exemption will not cover that. With peace officers, they simply cannot receive the exemption if they are a student who has excess hours. And similarly, there was a ruling in statute about the three-peat rule. Firefighters can continue to receive this, and it will cover the tuition, but it will not cover the penalty fee. So the exemption will cover the basic tuition for three-peat, but it will not cover the penalty fee. Student will be responsible for that. For peace officer, however, the eligibility is full eligibility. And so for peace officers, the regular tuition and the penalty fee will both be covered. So that's pretty clear as mud, right? Okay, any questions? Yes, sir. Oh, hang on, let's get the mic over to you so the people on the web can hear.
In the future, we'll just give you a mic. That mic.
Have your own mic.
For criminal justice majors who are receiving a bachelor's in criminal justice, the question came up earlier today, are the core classes that are required in that degree plan covered since it is for completion of that degree?
No, they are not. They are not. If you have students who have questions about it, we have a pretty complete information page on www.collegeforalltexans.com, and it states real clearly in there that core classes are not covered even if they're part of the degree plan. And there's also a frequently asked questions page too that gets into most of what we thought the questions would be, but there's still more.
Good question, Jim.
Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, thanks. Next.
Just want to give you guys a quick update on the license plate insignia program. There were some things that happened this year at the legislature that I wanted to just go over with everyone. This year they have placed limitations on how funds can carry over from this program out of this biennium. And so under HB 1, institutions will not be able to carry money from the current year, current state fiscal year, into the next biennium. And so what we want to do today is, and information was sent out to all those schools that do participate in this program, we want to encourage you to spend that money now. And again, it goes back to please submit it as soon as possible. We've mentioned that the comptroller has given us to the 19th to submit our request to them. So if you do participate in this program, we'd like to encourage you to go ahead and draw down those funds as soon as possible. For the public schools, you all will draw down those funds directly from the comptroller's office. For those independent schools that participate in this program, you will need to submit your request to me through the application process that I had sent out to you on last week. If you did not receive that email from me on last week and your school participates in the license plate program, please see me after this presentation. I'll be more than happy to get that information to you. I did include the balances for the institutions as of July 1. I can work on getting more current balances if we need to. Again, those public institutions do have access to your balances directly from the comptroller's office. Should you have any questions or concerns about the future or how this will affect any balances over the next couple of years, what we're suggesting is that you all contact your government relations offices to look into this and see how to provide you any additional guidance on how this change will affect your institution. But if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to try to answer those for you now if you have any.
Sorry, how many of you participate in the license plate program? Okay, again, just a warning that your current balance, we don't know that it's going to be swept and that you're going to lose it. You just will not have access to it for the next 2 years. So there's a real possibility it will be sitting there after the next biennium ends. But if you want to take advantage of it now, it might be a good time to do it. There was at least one public institution who had a balance of over $200,000. And so they in particular might want to go ahead and get that money used. We do not know. There's no indication that this money is going to be swept by the legislature or anything. They just are not going to provide you access to it, whatever balance is here during the next 2 years. That's what we do know. And again, as Sheba said, if you're a private school and you're in the program, you submit your applications to us, and you need to remember what was the deadline, the 19th?
The 19th is for us to get the information to the comptroller.
Right, so sooner than the 19th would be good for us, so we have a little bit of time to do the paperwork. If you're a public university, you pull it down directly from the controller, so I don't know what your deadlines would be. You need to find that out from the controller's office. Okay? Thanks, Sheba. I'm now going to turn the podium, or rather the chair and microphone, over to Sophia Rodriguez. And Sophia?
Hello, everyone. I'm sure I've spoken to many of you regarding the Texas Grant End of Year Report, but now we're going to be discussing the revised fund request form. This is a form that everyone should be already familiar with. It has been revised. It used to include LEAP, SLEEP, and engineering, but now it includes TEG, TEOG, and Texas Grant. The form will be available online on the THECB secure website. It is a PDF fillable form that you guys will be able to submit. This is a form, this is what it'll look like. You will enter the total amount of funds that you're requesting, the year-to-date total, cumulative total of award recipients. You'll enter your total allocation that you were given for the year, and then the year-to-date total for the funds that you've requested. That includes the funds that so if you request $100 on this request form now, you're gonna total it up on the second to last column that you can see there. And current balances will actually add up for you. So that whole formula will already be in the form. We go to the next slide. There is a revised process for submitting this form, and this is for auditing purposes. This is also to ensure that we don't duplicate a request. This happened to me the last time that I had Texas Grant on forms. People would submit the form and then get a little anxious and resubmit the form, so I would process requests twice. You're going to be saving the PDF. The file name that you'll enter will start with your FICE code, and there's an example there. And you'll enter the current date that you're submitting the request for, so that I can track the date, and if I get another one, I would assume that it's a duplicate, that you wanted to go ahead and send it again. When you're submitting your request form, you want to submit an email, and you're going to be submitting the email to every single one of the programs you're requesting funds for. So if you're a public institution, junior college, and you're requesting TEOG and Texas Grant funds, you're going to be emailing both TEOG and Texas Grant. In the subject line of your email, you're going to enter your FICE code, funds request, and then the date. This is in order for you to track those emails, in order for us to track those emails, to be sure that we're processing your request in a timely manner. You'd also, for private schools, you would be submitting it to TEOG. Next slide. Texas Grant, the online fund request system, is being reprogrammed, so it will not be operational for this upcoming year. You will have to use this form, and you will have to use this form process. So please, again, remember to save as the file name correctly, and email it with the correct subject line so I can track it. And also you can keep a good track of it. The difference between TEOG and Texas Grant and TEG is that Texas Grant has certain regulations. You cannot request more than 58% of your total allocation in the fall semester before December 15th. So you can't go, I have $1 million, I want $1 million. I'm just going to email you back, go decline, you're not allowed to take that. So be sure to be aware of the maximum amount that you are allowed to request. I will reply and say that you've exceeded the 58%. but just for your own accounting purposes, just be aware you cannot request more than 58% before December 15th. Once you receive the funds, you are required to disperse those funds within 5 days to the students' accounts. And we will be notifying you via email that I've received your request and that I'm processing your request so that you can expect those funds within approximately 5 business days. Next slide. Do you have a question? Anyone have any questions?
I have a question. Sure. You said that this is going to be, the form for submitting and requesting funds will be online?
Right.
Okay. And let's say I go to that form and I fill it out. How do I then get it to you? Do I submit it from that location, or do I make a copy and email it to you?
Right. You can pick up the form, the PDF online on our secure website, and then you'd save as with your file name, being your FICE code and the date that you're requesting the funds on, and then email that same PDF over to TEOG, Texas Grant, or TEG, depending on whose funds you're requesting. No direct emails to sophia.rodriguez@thecb.com. Send it to Texas Grant in case I go on vacation for maybe a day or two. Someone else can take care of your request. I'd hate to keep you waiting. All right. This is the summer updates. This is a file that has been around for over a year that many of you got very familiar with during the end of year process. It wasn't necessarily required, but it was required during the end of year process to update any applicants whose prior year SAP was in our system as ineligible. So basically the form is now required. This allows you, these summer update files allow you to update Texas Grant and TEOG. You can only really update the GPA completion rate in hours and the answer to the question, did they meet SAP, yes or no. You are not allowed to update how many hours they attempted over the fall or spring, how much their award was, ESC, anything like that. What's nice about that is that you can actually submit a summer update file anytime throughout the year for any year that you want to update. So if you have a student you're updating this summer for last year, you would put down year 2011 and then the SAP update. Or you can even update 2010 as long as you indicate the year that you're trying to update in the file. Anyone have any questions regarding that? Okay, good. Next slide. The summer update is a useful tool, and it's to help schools who receive transfer students. If you're not already using the eligibility website, the eligibility website allows you to search for students, either whether they're already currently enrolled in your school or are transfer students. You can search students with their student ID, name, date of birth, or name and date of birth, and what you'll pull up is their current status in our system. Another really neat feature that has been around for over a year that we'd hope that you guys take advantage of is a button at the bottom of the eligibility screen for both TEOG and Texas Grant that will allow you to pull up a comprehensive report of all the students who have been awarded at your institution who've received at least 125 hours for Texas Grant and 60 hours for TEOG. So you can see you can search that file to see if there are any students you will be awarding that may be meeting the 150-hour maximum or 75-hour maximum for TEOG. In the next slide, this is what the results screen of the eligibility search will give you. In this screen, you'll be able to see the student's ID, their name, the FICE code, where they last reported. If you search them by name and date of birth, and they had 2 different IDs, you'll actually see 2 records for them, so that you can add the hours that they've been awarded to be sure they do not exceed the 150 or the 5-year maximum. You'll be able to see the last year that they were awarded, whether they've received a bachelor's degree, their GPA, completion rate, whether they were reported meeting SAP, the total hours they completed in the last year reported, whether they were awarded via an associate's degree. One thing that we added upon request was the initial year that they were awarded and the semester or the term that they were awarded, 1 for fall and 2 for spring. We are calculating for you, though, the total semesters that the student was awarded and the total years the student has been awarded. The reason we chose to add the semesters was because there were students who would say, 4 years, but really they've only been awarded 7 semesters because they started in the spring and not the fall. Has everyone used the screen before? Can I get a show of hands of people who use the screen? Thank you. Is there anything that you don't see on the screen that you'd like to see? Anyone? I see hands. No? Are you hiding from me? I can see you. No? Okay, well, if you do have suggestions, I do have a very vocal person, Susanna Hernandez from UT Pan Am, who calls me and has given me a lot of suggestions for some of the information that you see on the screen now. So we do listen, we do pay attention, we do take suggestions. So if you do have some, feel free to contact me or contact Joelle and say, you don't tell me this information on the screen, and it really would be helpful if you could add it. If there's a way we can, we'll definitely try to accommodate. All right, I think I'm done. And anyone have any other questions regarding any of my slides? No? Okay.
Thank you, Sophia. Please keep this particular screen in mind when we talk about reports. This is going to be a relevant piece of our consideration. Okay, I think our next one is work study.
Let me I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt. We do have a copy of the summer update file in the back of all of your documents. It was pointed out to me by Raphael that the TEOG summer update file seems to be the Texas Grant summer update file. You can actually get a copy of either one of them online on the THECB secure website. So you can just pull that up anytime that you want. If you don't have to have it on your desktop. If you don't trust that it's the most updated, just go to the website, pull the most updated one. Okay.
Very good.
Thanks.
Thank you. Our next slide has to do with the Texas College Work Study Program, and we'll turn it over to Renee.
Okay. Hi, everybody, and thank you for coming out today. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? Okay. The Texas College Work Study and the Federal Work Study Program have similar points, but I want to point out the difference for Texas College Work Study. The recipient has to be a Texas resident. They cannot be a recipient of an athletic scholarship. They cannot be enrolled in a seminary or any other program leading to ordination or licensed to preach for a religious sect or be a member of a religious order. Also, if your school has received the federal waiver for the matching requirement, the Title III, Title V waiver, if you'll send me a copy of that letter, the state will also honor that matching requirement. And also, I want to say thank you to all the schools that helped us spend over $1 million within 1 month. And Sophia, you said we did not receive the extra money?
As of right now, not yet, but there will be more.
Okay, what this is about, I had sent out a second email asking schools if they could use extra funds. Some of you sent me an email and said you could, and I sent you an email and said, I'm sorry, I don't have it, but now I'm saying I might have it. So I just want to talk to you guys. So hopefully I'll be sending out another email for the ones that I sent an email saying I had no money, to see if you can use it. So keep your fingers crossed. And those of you that I sent out an email saying that you were approved, you should have that money by Monday. And again, thank you, thank you, thank you.
The reason that this is possible this particular spring or summer, because we don't typically issue state work study in the summer, is that we have been able to take money that's left over in some of the other programs and move it into work study. And the mixed messages you've been getting from Renee, or that we're getting some mixed messages about what we can and can't use that way. But it does now look like we will have a significant amount of money, maybe it's close to $1 million, to cover those additional requests that we got in the second round of invitations. So just like Renee said, we greatly appreciate your helping us use this money. Just for your information, a lot of this money is coming back to us as people are refunding money that they discovered through the year-end report they should not have awarded, and so that's why we're ending up with some of this money to move around. Okay, yes, ma'am.
And also, if you tell me that you can use money, give me a real number, because please don't return these funds. Don't ask for $50,000 just because it's there. Please, whatever, give me a real number that you can spend. Thank you.
And I would reiterate what she said. If you had gone in and said, oh yeah, let's just ask for $1 million when you realistically could only use $500,000, feel free to come back and reverse those numbers or correct those numbers now, because we really are looking at sending you the amount that you requested, not a portion of it. So please let us know. And I think I mentioned this for the combat program this morning, but also in that program we have been able to get money this way so that we can reimburse you for all of those students that you're waiting for money for, and you won't get a portion of your money that you requested but the full amount, and we're very pleased that that's true. Thank you, Renee. Now we go to TEOG and Joella Martinez.
Thank you, Jane. Good afternoon, everybody. I just want to touch on a few bases for TEOG. First of all, I'd like to say, along with everything that's going on with the legislative and budget cuts, TEOG will have money next year. It hasn't been touched. We're just made a couple of changes. The legislative did change House Bill 3577 this year to include students who are eligible for Texas grant that didn't receive a Texas grant can now receive a TEOG grant, provided that those students meet the eligibility requirements. And that change goes into effect immediately. So we can get funds to those students who weren't able to get a Texas grant that are eligible. The drug certification statement, I've heard from a lot of institutions, this has become a really big challenge for them. Please share with your colleagues via the TACRO email, however you can, any way that you have figured out to get these drug statements signed from your students to assist other colleagues to be able to implement this drug certification form at their institution so that they can get them signed from their students. I'd like to say thank you to all the institutions who were able to use summer funds this year. We really, really appreciate you doing this for your students. I want to also say thank you to all the institutions. This program has gone through several different administrators this year, and y'all have been very, very patient with us. I've had a lot of colleagues helping me towards the end of the end of year reports and training me, as well as me training you. So I appreciate their help. They've done a lot of good things here and helping me do the end of year reports. For schools who have already certified, yay! But for those who are still having trouble, please give me a call. We'll do whatever we can to help you. We have plenty of staff that is very knowledgeable in completing these end-of-year reports. So if you can't get me, and if you can get one of the other administrators, they'll be more than happy to assist you, either through Administrators for Texas Grant or TEOG, or even the Final Stretch, because I think she's done that before. So thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Hold on. One moment. Here we go.
As far as the drug worksheet, or drug certification rather, do we have to collect a new one each year? I've heard conflicting information about that.
It is my, let me try to answer for her. It's just like a FAFSA question. So it's one that they would review and update each time they complete the FAFSA. This is the same kind of thing for the Texas drug conviction question. For those of you who don't understand why this is such a big deal, it used to be that the federal question about drugs and the state question about drugs were the same. So we could just defer to the answer given on the FAFSA, and you didn't have to worry more than that. But when they changed it on the FAFSA, the state wording did not change, and that's why we've had to put into effect a state drug statement. Some institutions, one reason why we've had TEOG to spend the summer is that there were institutions who did not expect to have that much trouble getting kids to come in and assign a piece of paper in order to get $2,000. But apparently it has been a major challenge for some institutions. So truly, just what Joella said, if you have figured out how to make that happen, send us an email, share your ideas, and let us share them with the schools, because we have some kids who are missing out, and they appear to be very, very eligible. So unless the drug use population or drug conviction population is much larger than we think, there are a lot of kids just missing out because they won't come in and sign the form. So please, if you've solved that problem, send us your ideas. This is the people here in the audience or those at home or in their offices listening, because this is a major problem. And we do have the same amount of money this coming year for TEOG as we did for the last one. So this could be another problem for you to solve this year. So if you've solved that one, please share your ideas and let us get the word out. Is there anyone here in the audience who wants to volunteer information about how they've handled it? Yes, sir. Just a moment. Great.
Oh, they're coming from every direction. They're coming from every direction. I won't say that this has solved it, but what we have done is simply incorporate that along with our selective service question into one sheet, make that a part of the file complete system, and then the student does not receive aid unless they are either waived. For instance, if the person is out of state and is a female, then they're waived. Mm-hmm. But if they're a male or they're in state, that's part of their file completion, and that's worked fairly well for us. We've been able to utilize that.
Okay.
The question that I have that's related to that, the question has come up: if a person has had a conviction and has satisfied with the law the terms of the conviction, in other words, this happened to be a misdemeanor charge, and he had paid the fine and had satisfied. Does that relieve that responsibility? Because the language says ever convicted.
The Texas grant program in statute indicates that a person who has a conviction, has met his obligation to society, can get back in the program 2 years later. So if you'll remind me, I'll send you that section of the statute, and yeah, there is an opportunity for them to get back in the program.
That applies to all other eligible pieces?
Texas Grant and TEOG, I think, are the only programs we have that have the drug conviction restriction in them. I don't know if Beyond Time has it or not. Do y'all know? I kind of think Beyond Time might, because it came into being about the same time.
Because I think that was the part that we
so
were up against.
I would guess those three programs are the ones where this comes up. I know it's not in TEG, it's not in Work Study. I think those three programs, TEOG, Texas Grant, and Beyond Time, is where it's relevant. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, sir.
If I heard you correctly, you said we had to collect the drug statement every year?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the stuff that you sent out regarding this, it says, how does it say? You could also choose to collect the statement at least once from each Texas grant recipient at your institution. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I know where you're going. I am sorry, and that was sent out a year or so ago, and it indicated. Okay. What we realized, it's kind of like a what are these? The promissory note that stays in effect until you break the agreement. If the wording of the document that you have the student sign indicates that it is the obligation of the student to notify you if that statement that they have not done this is no longer true, then you could use a single statement when they come into the program for the first time. Very good. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Jane, going back to the question about the drug conviction 2 years later.
Yes, ma'am.
If 2 years has passed and now the student is wanting to apply, are they answering the question yes or no? And they fulfilled their commitment to society. How do they answer? Do they answer yes and submit proof to us that 2 years has lapsed?
If our form doesn't have a place for them to indicate that, yes, they were convicted, but now they have taken care of that, we can maybe adjust that form. If you would let us know, send me an email and we'll see about amending the form. It would be good to catch that all at one time. Yeah. If this happens to occur after they get in the program, you know, they get their first Texas grant and then this occurs, and remember that the time, their 6 years or 5 years of eligibility, that clock keeps ticking during those 2 years and when they're doing that. For TEOG, it's a 4-year period. So it's good that they can get back in, but they do have a limited amount of time for that to occur. Okay? Good questions. Okay, the next slide is one that I'm going to kind of cover. As you know, the Texas Grant Program is one of the first slides you saw this morning. The Texas Grant Program funding was decreased by 9 or 10% coming into this session, or excuse me, this biennium. And unfortunately, the number of students eligible and applying for financial aid keeps skyrocketing. So we have a lot more competition for that money and we have less money to spend. The Texas Grant Program, since its beginning, has had 2 goals. One was to encourage kids in high school to prepare for college, and the other one was, once they get in college, to perform well enough to continue getting Texas Grant Awards. When the Texas Grant was created, the eligibility requirement was that you have completed the recommended curriculum. And those of you who have been around for a while will know that the number of people, the percent of the population coming out of high school with the recommended curriculum 10 years ago was less than 50%. Now it's 90-something% or 80-something%. So we went from having this size of a group of eligible students to this size of an eligible group of students. And the good news is our funding has increased. It just hasn't increased as fast as the eligible population. And then you run into a budget crunch and the funding gets cut. So the other commitment, though, was trying to take care of students who got into the program and help them get on to graduation. Our dilemma now with less funding is how to help as many kids go on and complete their degrees as we can, but still keep the front end of the pipeline open, still help some kids coming out of high school get their initial awards. And the only way that we could see to do this was to ask institutions, to the extent they can possibly do so, to keep their Texas Grant award amounts down below the maximum that your type of institution can award, and let the money stretch out to more students. For instance, if you were a university, the maximum award for the coming year is $7,100. If you gave $7,100 to every one of your returning renewal students, you won't have any money left over for initial. Or if you have any, it will be very, very little. If you're able to reduce it, and our target for you was $5,000, we recognize that some of you can't go that far, but if you indeed reduce your awards per student getting down toward the 500, then you start being able to stretch out into your initial pool of applicants. So that's the goal of what this is all about. It is to try to take the limited money we have and stretch it as far as we can and enable some kids coming in the pipeline or coming out of high school to enter the Texas Grant Program. Unfortunately, the statute was not changed that requires institutions to make up the difference between the Texas Grant award amount and actual tuition and fees for that student. And so what we're very aware of is when we say, please decrease the Texas grant amount, we're basically saying, please increase the other grant aid that you're making to this student in order to get up to to tuition and fees. Some institutions are in a better position to do that than others. And so all we do is ask you to do the best you can to do that, because that's the only way we can keep that pipeline open for kids coming out of high school. And so again, that's all we're saying is to the possible extent that you can, lower your average awards so that money can stretch out and allow you to make some awards to incoming initial year students. Any questions about that? Yes, ma'am. Just a moment. There you go.
So on the year-end report for next year, will you change that field to show that $5,000 is okay for everybody instead of saying, oh, you're less than 7,100, why are you less than 7,100? Because anytime you give
this is in your fund request form?
The year-end report, end of year report.
There is no edit check for maximum award amount.
It is if you give them less than a 9-hour amount.
Less than 9 hours, yes.
Yeah.
But only for less than 9 hours, but not for the maximum award amount. So the edit check is on the hours, not on the amount.
Okay, I thought it was also checking the amount. Okay.
All right, so we're good. So the year-end report checks on the number of hours you're taking per semester, but not on the award amount. Now, one of the things that we've been concerned about, and one of the reasons we adjusted the funds request form to include some fields, was that when we got our year-end reports for Texas Grant, not year-end reports, but when we got to the end of May, and all we had for annual numbers were the numbers submitted on the funds request form where you gave how many awards to date and so forth. We had some schools that, if those numbers were correct, they were giving each student less than half of what they could get. And there were a few schools that were awarding more than the maximum that they could per student. So those numbers have not been very good. And until we get your year-end report, that report is the only source we have for the number of awards you've made. And we have to report every quarter to the legislature how many awards are made and what the average award is. So when we get those kinds of discrepancies, the whole system kind of goes tilt. And what we're going to try to do with asking you to give those additional numbers is to help us track that. And if it looks like something's out of kilter, we can come back to you and ask you to adjust it, because those can throw off the whole statewide average kinds of numbers. Okay? All right, we have one more slide in this section, and that's TEG. And here's Raphael.
Good afternoon, everybody. What I primarily wanted to talk about for the upcoming year is it was prior to this current year, we had sent out a memo about a new method of calculating the tuition differential involving utilizing the SACS classifications. We had sent out that memo saying that you're to utilize this new method for this current year, and then within a week we sent out a letter saying, okay, we're going to go ahead and allow you to continue using your prior method, or you could use the SACS method, whichever you chose to do. It's just for the upcoming year, you have to use this new SACS level determination. So I just want to remind y'all that again, this is going to be the way that you need to calculate your tuition differentials when determining your awards. You're going to have to utilize this particular method to calculate your tuition differential. Again, this is the chart right here, and I don't have it up on our website as of yet, but probably by the end of next week, I'll have more information about how to better understand how to utilize this method to determine the tuition differential. While I'm also thinking about it, one of the other things I want to talk about here is I'm getting a lot of questions about the current year audit guide, and I just want to let y'all know that we are working to finalize it, and it will be going out later this month. So the FY11 TEG audit guide will be ready, and I will be sending it out probably around the middle of this month at the latest.
Any TEG questions from the private school folk? Okay. Behind these slides in your handout, just want to point out what the other materials are. The first one is the Byrd Scholarship roster sample. This is what Scipio will send out soon for all of your students who appear to be eligible for Byrd. And then you will want to complete that for those who are enrolled and meet the requirements and send it back to us ASAP so you can compete for that money that's available. Yes, sir.
Speaking of that, earlier when I was talking, I forgot to ask you a question. It's in reference to the census date. Me and Jane, we've been discussing as far as the roster. If I mentioned to her that in order for me to get the money spent by September 30th, I didn't want to require y'all to wait to the census date. But then she was saying we might have a lot of refunds. So asking y'all, how do y'all feel? What do y'all feel is the best way as far as, do y'all have a problem waiting to the census date and getting that back to us in a timely manner, or?
Okay, the comment here was that the earlier your census date at the if you go by census date, then the institutions with the census date earlier than the others, in other words, whose classes start earlier in August, will have an advantage in competing for the money. That's a vote in your favor. He said we've been arguing about this. Let's talk about it. The thing I was concerned about is if you go ahead and request the funds and you don't know yet that they're enrolled as of the census date, then you're going to have some kids who don't show up, and so you're going to end up refunding that money to us, and we won't have time to go reissue it. How likely is that to happen? I mean, you're looking at students, especially if you're focusing on your seniors, you're looking at kids who are trying to complete their degrees. So I would imagine that my point about getting refunds is less relevant since you're trying to focus on your seniors to get them in. Scipio, let me ask you a question. If they wanted to do their seniors first and send them immediately and then go back and look at their other students, do you have a problem getting more than one roster back?
No.
Okay, so that might be the way to get your seniors in the best condition to compete, is to concentrate on those and get their responses in the roster back, and then keep a copy of the roster and do the other students afterwards, because we really are looking at first come, first serve. I think the point about the census date makes good sense, so I defer to Scipio's idea to not worry about the census date. If this happens quickly enough, we'll still have some time to know about cancellations and get them back. Our drop-dead deadline for using this money is September 30?
That's correct.
Okay, so if we have money come back to us on the 28th, we probably are going to lose it. And our goal is to get every penny of that out in the hands of the students. Okay? Thank you. All right, let's take a 5-minute break and come back, and we have one section left, and that's on reports. And I'll use this time to set it up. We still have cookies left if anyone's hungry, and we'll see you in about 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, guys, let's get going again and finish up for the afternoon. I was thinking about giving you a choice. I have another thumb drive that has my slides of France. We could go there instead of working on reports if you'd like. But I decided probably that would not be approved, so we'll go on with reports. Let me move on. Our year-end reports, which are something that you guys are just now finishing up, recovering from, if that's the right term, they started off very simple. And in fact, prior to having a Texas grant program, we gave you year-end reports. Some of you have been around long enough to remember when you submitted applications, we did all the processing and we send you reports about what you just spent. with the Texas Grant Program created in 1999, effective for fall 1999, there was no possibility of getting programming in place. And so we started moving towards the decentralized approach to administering programs, where we give you money lump sum. Obviously, we give you the rules and regulations, you make awards, and then you tell us who received the money, et cetera, et cetera. Originally for Texas Grant, the only things that were on the year-end report were identifiers, Social Security number, name, and so forth, and how much they received, whether they're eligible to get an award the next year or not. It was a yes or no question. And then number of hours that they had and enough numbers to figure out when they started in the program so we could start tracking the years and so forth. Notice nothing about cost of attendance, family contribution, nothing by semester, anything like that. It was a very simple report. One of the bizarre things about it, again, some of you will remember, is that we had address information. Because one of the reasons for the Texas Grant year-end report was to give us the information to identify who was eligible for RY the next year and send them a letter in the summertime saying, congratulations, you ended the year in compliance. You can get a Texas Grant in the fall. We hope you will enroll again. We were able to do that for about 3 years until we got to 46,000 recipients, and suddenly we couldn't get those letters out in the summer in time. But that was really all we were trying to do, is we were trying to get enough information to do those few things and so forth. Over time, though, those reports have expanded. You probably noticed that. And what they were expanded to do first was, okay, we were saying yes or no they met SAP so that if you had an incoming transfer student, you would know. But then someone said, well, what was wrong with SAP? Was it GPA, completion rate, that kind of thing. So we started breaking that one down into its components, which added a few data elements. Then we decided we probably ought to help you track whether students were taking the right number of hours per semester, and so we added those fields. We wanted to know about the exercising of professional judgment, that you made those within the guidelines and confines of the statutory authority. And then eventually whether you were awarding Texas Grant and TEG or Texas Grant and TEOG, the list just kind of keeps going on. What we currently have, or what we had as of this spring, were 4 separate year-end reports, the newest one being TEG that was started a year ago, and then Texas Grant, TEG, Top 10, and TEOG. Those reports are significant in length per person. Texas Grant, 35 data elements, TEG, 37, TEOG, 33, Top 10, 20. So when you look at the fact that we, and you actually, make awards to over 100,000 students each year, when we add all of these programs together, we start getting a whole lot of information in our office. And what we end up in, and when we look at these and we look at them by type of institution, the group that seems to be getting hammered with the current approach are the two-year colleges, because they're in TEOG and Texas Grant and Top 10. And the other programs, the other types of institutions are at most involved in 2 different programs. I went to a TASFA board meeting earlier this year, and these reports were one of the things that got into the discussion about. And it made me start thinking, what are we trying to do with these reports? We're still back in the mode that we have to do, which is use those reports to get information that we have to provide periodically to the legislature about number of awards, dollars awarded. The colleges have indicated to us that the verification screens are really important to them, that it helps them, because the population is so fluid, to be able to identify that this incoming student is eligible or not, and where they got their last award, those kinds of things, in order to make a proper award for the student who has transferred. But recognize that meeting that requirement requires GPA information, completion rate information, number of hours, and that kind of stuff. So that starts adding length to the reports. Monitor the flow of funds to schools and students. This is something we've got to do. Our business office sees what money we're sending out, but we need that confirmation from the college that they knew it was Texas Grant, they spent it as Texas Grant, there's no money lying around somewhere that we sent to them that hasn't been awarded to a student. So there's a fiscal activity there as well. And then the final thing is all these little bits and pieces that have to do with, did you apply all of the eligibility requirements as you selected these people? Which gets back to the comment this morning, I think, from Ms. Bullard about the question of whether this information is readily available in your reporting system. Did you get the selective service statement? Was the student on an athletic scholarship? This is for TEG on that one. Did they take, just all sorts of details get added in there in the name of helping you monitor your programs or act as a checklist for what you're doing with these programs. And I guess the question that's come up is, are we helping you too much? When Lynn Kenyon joined our staff, she looked at us and said, the colleges know they have to do that. You don't have to remind them all the time. And the problem is it's kind of our security blanket. If someone asks us, we can say, see, here's the report. They did do it. We know it. They said it. The issue that comes up is that we have made our report so complicated that when we do an audit or when we do a full edit on these things, we're getting a whole lot of reporting errors that are not awarding errors. And by the time we finally clean up all the reporting errors, it finds out that, yeah, they're doing a good job. There are a few errors that we need to get cleaned up, but in general, everyone's doing a great job. But in the meantime, we've spent a lot of energy at your institution and certainly in our office honing out the real problems from the apparent ones. So this is a question that's on the table for this afternoon and that we're trying to look at. How do we as a coordinating board appropriately administer the programs without, or can we do that and decrease the reporting burden on institutions? Okay? We've been playing around with this in-house, and please, this is just one scenario that might occur. It has nothing to do with what has been decided. In fact, we're still in the process of trying to find out if we can get approval to decrease the reports that we're getting now. But let's suppose that was an option. One option was maybe to combine the Texas Grant and TEOG report. A student can't get both. And so for the two-year institution, they would indicate in the first box whether this is a Texas Grant or TEOG person, then all the demographic information, which is required on both reports, is there once, and then they enter the specific information per program. That would get us from 4 reports down to 3 if we did it the right way. Do we really need to ask you whether this Texas Grant person took at least 9 hours each in the fall and in the spring and in the winter and so forth? Or can we just say how many hours did they report in the year? And then that leaves us not knowing whether the per semester activities were proper. So let's just leave that out there hanging because it's something that we need to go back to. Can we just eliminate the questions about selective service registration and other things and assume that you're doing this? Again, that assumption is hanging out there and needs to have some support to it. And so in the long term, we can't just ignore these things, but we need to, there may be a better way to find out about them than having you report it on every student that you have. If we did combine Texas Grant and TEOG, and go down to the single type of annualized numbers, and we eliminate the questions that are things that you should be doing, and all we're doing is saying, you did do this, right? You did do this. Then what we could end up possibly doing is reducing it from 4 to 3 reports, and maybe from an average of about 35 data elements to more like 18 or 19. And that's still allowing us to collect the data that we need to have to maintain the verification screen for those institutions that use that a lot. If you look in your handouts just beyond this, the reports, or excuse me, these slides, you'll see a list of the data elements that we come up with when we reduce them this way. And I don't want to take your time this afternoon going through them one by one by one. But it does seem to us that we are maybe helping you too much in doing your monitoring of the programs, and that another way of handling this would be better and more efficient for you and for us. Any comments, questions at this point? Okay. If we actually try to move forward on this, the big deal is going to be, first on the left, to get approval from our powers that be to move in this direction. We've at least gotten so far as they say, yeah, you can look into it. You know, so we're a long way from having approval. Then we have to get consensus on what we should ask versus what we shouldn't ask. And that first draft of that list is the one that we have in your materials. And when you have time, I would ask you to take a look at those and say, does anything pop out at you that we're not asking that you really need us to collect? Or is there any stuff in there that you don't think we need to be collecting? We'd be interested in that feedback. And I'm looking at the audience, but those of you who are online, it's the same thing. These materials are in your files, in those materials we sent you. We'd like your feedback also. Then we've got to get, once we figure out what we're going to collect, then we get the layout and the instructions, and then we have to do our programming. So when your reports come in, we can process them. Then we've got to give you the instructions so you can get your programming done. Then we need to do some tests that we can handle the edits and so forth when those come in. And then finally, we can accept the first reports. Nothing to it, okay? But we think the end result, if we did that, would be a significantly smaller burden of reporting on the institutions and on our office, because when you have edits, our people get involved in helping you resolve them. Okay, on the other side, I told you about this stuff that is left hanging because we're not asking you those questions anymore. The easiest way for us to go back and reassure that you are doing this properly, even though we're not collecting the data to prove it, would be to conduct what we call desk reviews. This is not an audit, it's a desk review. And it would be done by people probably on my staff. So again, we're not talking about CPAs coming out there to look at your operations and write you up. But if we got into a mode of doing a regular, each year, X number of desk reviews, and select the students whose records we look at from the year-end reports that you do send to us that list the recipients, then we would ask you to provide the information that we need for whatever we're checking on. You'd send it to us, we'd review it, we'd summarize our findings and our recommendations to you. In the meantime, that lets us kind of build a file on best practices that seem to be working really well, and maybe some pitfalls to avoid. But we honestly don't think that we can get the first column idea sold without the second column as the second part of the plan. So we simplify the reporting, but then do more of these desk reviews. Okay? Again, this is all very draft because we still got to get back to the getting approval idea. When I got home from the task force board meeting in, I think it was May or so, I went to my staff going, we've got to reduce these reports. Do you think we can do it by the spring? And they're going, you are out of your ever-loving mind. And so I said, okay, well, we'll do it next year. Well, reality finally has set in, and I realized we can't even do it for 2012. Because if we look at this, please notice, this is the timeline we're talking about. I'm going to get a microphone. Hopefully this has, can you hear me? Can you hear me? I just turned it off. Okay. Okay, you can hear me? All right. Up here, 2 months should be way more than we need to get this done, but I want to have some margin in there before we start moving forward. Develop the programming, develop the instructions. I'm giving us 7 months, because as hard as it is for you to get your programming done, we have the same problem. And the Hazelwood report is evidence of that. We've been working on that for months. So we want to make this a realistic timeline to get this done. So if we assume it takes about 2 months to get the approval process all taken care of, and then for us to develop the elements and so forth, and then invite institutions to test the data. I guess, I haven't done this before, and I realize now I probably have some of this backwards. You can't send in a test file until you have created a test file, so some of this needs to be redone. But one of the things that we want to do is give you lots of time to get your programming done. In order for us to have plenty of time that we don't turn back to you and say, oh, sorry, we can't do it this year, we'll do it next year. And for you to have plenty of time, I think the first year that we could do this would probably be spring 2013 for the 13 awards. Do you think that that makes sense? Is this I want to have room to slide here and there in the timeline as opposed to rushing from one piece to the next. Any thoughts? Just a second, sir. I'm sorry.
Can you give us a little better idea of what you're thinking in terms of on the review side?
Okay, yeah. I don't know if I have that here. We're getting back to the timing. What would we look at when we do the programming review or the desk review? My guess is we'd be asking you a lot of the questions that you're now doing for every student in your reports. In other words, for Jane Caldwell, how many hours did she enroll in for fall, spring, and summer? And we'll just be picking up for a sample of your students instead of all of them, the kind of information you're now giving us for all of your students through the reports.
So basically, if we are maintaining the majority of this information in electronic records, all we would have to do is give you access to the electronic records of the people that you're inquiring about.
Whether you would give us access to your electronic records or provide us copies of your electronic records, and I may be quibbling over language. I know that we're not planning to come to your campus and visit. I mean, that would be nice if we had the travel budget and the opportunity to do that. We're looking at a system that we would say, okay, this is the selection of students from your campus. Please send us this information from your system for them, and let us verify this information.
The key thing that's going to make that work and make it more expeditious is not determining the format that we have to send it to you in.
Okay.
Because the end of year and whatever has been the biggest obstacle in getting those completed is that, with apologies to your programmers, it looks like early 20th century format as opposed to what we're having to deal with.
Okay, and you have a valid point. What I would expect we would ask for, and again, lots of decisions to be made between now and then, is that, among other things, there are at least 4 major vendors generating data and probably in slightly different formats. So what we would hope to do is be able to say, give me proof of this information, and you could pull it from your system. Now, the thing that will create the most trouble for us are the codes. If you are using codes for this, that, and the other, you're going to have to give us a key for the codes. And we have received some billing statements in the past during something like this, and it was written in Russian as far as I could tell, because every little thing had a funny code or a funny abbreviation, acronym for it, and I had no more idea whether that stood for what I was looking for or not. So if we go that route and let you use your system, you've got to give us the key to your system too. But I don't imagine I still think that's going to be easier than doing what you're doing now with the reports. So that, again, my concept in Jane Caldwell's head would be to let you use your system and your data, but then you're going to have to give us enough information to be able to use it. Okay? If indeed everyone uses one of these four, or virtually everyone uses one of these four, then it may be that we could get those keys for each of those four systems and be in pretty good shape for looking at the data that comes in. But we'll learn as we go along in that. Okay? Question? Thought? Okay.
Just speaking for public institutions, our state audits cover the state programs as well as our federal. And I guess my question is, I kind of see redundancy in this, at least for, I don't know about the private institutions, whether their audits, their A133 audits also look in detail at state programs.
Okay. Can you tell me what they look at with regard to, say, Texas Grant at your institution?
The eligibility criteria, and they check everything. They check for certification statements, selective service, enrollment, award amount, Texas residency, graduation from a Texas high school, appropriate curriculum. They check all the eligibility criteria.
Okay. We'd be very interested in seeing, do you have something in writing that shows what they review for a student?
I could probably have. We just had an audit finished. I could put you in contact.
Yeah, if you could give us a sense. Okay, the other question I would have is how often do they audit an institution? Is it a random sampling each year, and so it comes up for you about every 3 or 4 years?
Generally, every year, no less frequent than every other year.
Okay. Yeah, let us know more about that, because if we can piggyback on that, we would gladly do so. It just depends on what they're asking and how it matches up with what we think we need to know in order to prove to our board that we are properly acting as stewards of this money. Great. Any other comments? Okay. Again, getting back to the timeline. If we do what we said before, then we would get around to doing these new reports at the end of 2013. And so it would be in 2014 that we would be doing desk reviews for institutions that had used those revised reports in the prior year. Okay? Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Unfortunately, I guess a good thing is that with the reports that we have now, they're already completed, and you send just the updates that we need. So sometimes it's not as bad as going back and reprogramming the whole thing. Once it's established, just getting the new information in, and if we're going to replace it with something else that now I need to go and ask OIT to generate, I'm not really gaining a lot, just in my viewpoint.
Right, I understand. Okay.
And then if it's data elements that are common, I agree with Governor that are federally required, and therefore we need them for these programs, then maybe we could look at eliminating those things and focus on the things that are specific, like with the Texas grant, because the statement has changed for eligibility. So that's something that we look at. But if it's common, and I agree again, we are getting audited at least once a year, for us sometimes twice, in the year, to make sure that these things are there, then maybe we don't need to focus as much on the things that are already hammered as much as the things that are really different and not verified anywhere.
I have another question then. If instead of coming up with a whole new report, and these two people over here are the ones who work most with our IT folks, so hide your ears for a moment because I'm going to talk non-technically about this. If instead of coming out with a brand new report with 18 fields, we turned the redundant fields into filler fields, and therefore you weren't getting edited. You didn't have to put information in them, and therefore you were not getting edits on them. And what was left, so you don't have to do more programming. because you would be collecting the data that is going in those fields that are still coming in. Is that a better approach than coming up with a new report with only 18 fields?
Not the lessening to the 18 fields, I'm going to be honest, it's then that now we need to do another thing. That's all I'm saying.
So even if that other thing is turning those into filler fields, it's still another thing. And she raises a very good point, and it had occurred to us as well. Those of you who are doing these reports now already have your system created to do these reports. And whether we're making them smaller or longer, we are creating more programming work for you and for us. And so if this is an activity that mentally sounds really smart, but in the real life is a dumb move, we'd be interested in getting that feedback as well. We think that we've probably come out of the second worst year in terms of reports that we've had, simply because of new edits and new stuff that had been put in. This whole thing about comparing FADS to the 001 has created a lot of extra work for you and for us. And I'm sure you noticed when you got your year-end reports, we put those same questions in there, but at least there we made them warnings. And so you didn't have to solve the problem now. But we wanted to point out those things to you now and say, you will have to solve them when you do your FADS. So here's an advance notice. Start looking them up. Get ready to report. And now Tanya has shown you how you're going to report them in the long run on the FADS. So again, the whole expansion of our reports has been in the name of helping you. And if indeed it would hurt you more for us to change them again or to leave them as they are, we want your feedback on that. Because my first impression from the first few people I talked to was, get rid of these things, make them shorter, they're killing us. But if it kills you more to have to do something else, and if we are getting the information that we need now, then it may be that we don't need to reinvent the wheel. So everybody here and out there in virtual land, give it some thought and let us hear your feedback about this, because we don't want to go forward on something that is really just creating more work for you, not in the name of helping you even more. Okay, talking about the desk reviews and so forth. Governor, I am very interested in what you're being audited on, especially if you're being audited that often. We don't get a lot of feedback from the state auditor's office, so we don't necessarily know when they're doing these. And so if it's done every other year, that's far more frequently than I had a sense of. Okay, so we've been doing this. Any other thoughts, suggestions, ideas? If I let you two talk now, do you have anything you want to say about what's being said now? No?
If we left it alone and maybe changed some of the edits so that you wouldn't get so many errors that something to that effect. Oh, I like that. I mean, this is so that the editing, but you know, we would still get the data and then we would just change some of the edits because we edit the heck out of that report. So
yeah.
Sure. Because I know what happens is
the question here.
The question is that why can't we receive all the errors at one time? What happens is once you correct an error, for example, you get an error that says this student ID has never been reported, and then you call me or send an email or something, and we fix the student ID problem. Well, now that it's correct, guess what? The student ID didn't meet the prior year SAP, or something else happened. Now that it knows who it is, it'll find another mistake. So that does happen. Or once you correct one problem, say you said, oh, they are meeting the 24-hour requirement, and then you decided to say, but they're not meeting SAP. You know, then the system will say, why are they not meeting SAP when they're meeting the 24-hour requirement? Like you changed one, but not the other. So those weren't the ones I was trying to eliminate. The ones from the very beginning is the ones I was trying to eliminate.
What is the rationale behind asking for all students regardless of whether they are aid recipients or not?
You're talking now about the FADS report. The purpose in statute, or actually in the Appropriations Act, for the Financial Aid Database Report is to assess unmet need in Texas. And the students who applied for aid but didn't get any, and when we write it up, I realize most of you probably don't see the financial aid report that we generate based on the FADS report. It's just now coming out for the fiscal year 10. But we have a list of reasons why people don't get aid when it appears that they should have been eligible. We're talking about the group that apply for aid using the FAFSA but don't get any, right?
Well, or those that you were talking earlier about listing.
The merit-only recipients?
Yeah.
Okay. The merit aid has been the black hole of resources in the state as far as data is concerned, and the legislature is very interested in how much of that kind of money is out there. I think it's just been a matter of time before they required us to start asking about it in the FADS. This last year was the first time, and obviously it changes a lot of the edits that we had in the system, which assumed everyone had a FAFSA, so everyone had EFC, et cetera, et cetera. So adding that group had repercussions that we hadn't anticipated very well in the report, and it took us a while to get that sorted out. But it's because of legislative interest in this. Kind of one way to look at it maybe is that by giving it to us through the FADS, you're not having to report directly to the legislature or do a special purpose report. It's going to be something that you get into your system and we can do for you. I think their interest in that has continued to grow, and we just felt obligated to fill that gap in what was being awarded. By not having the merit aid and only showing merit aid for those people who also got one type of need-based aid, we were maybe understating the resources that are out there for kids. Okay. If there are edits that we have built into our year-end reports, like Sophia was mentioning, that are unnecessary or that are troublesome, I mean, you guys have been working through those edits, so you probably know what they are, but the institutions, again, can give us feedback on that. One aspect of our reporting that I would love for us to improve on is getting more institutional feedback as we design the reports and we word the questions. We will word a question so that it makes perfectly good sense to us, and we get answers that we never anticipated. For instance, the question whether someone did a need analysis or not, the FAFSA, TASA or not. We had people answer that question no and report Pell, SEOG, Texas Grant, and you're going, how the heck did they interpret that question? And they did a hand calc. And you're going, but you did it on the federal methodology. Well, that wasn't what you asked. You asked whether we did a TASFA or a FAFSA, and we didn't. We did a hand calc. So we've got and Lynn Kenyon has the potential for helping us with those because she has more of an institutional perspective than we have. But she doesn't have time to go through all of our reports before we send them out. But that kind of information, we end up with errors that we never anticipated. We couldn't imagine that would be interpreted that way. So those are kinds of things that create some of our problems, is that we don't do institution think real well. And so what would be really good for us is if we had a subcommittee of volunteers at the institution level, and we said, this is our draft. Can you tell us whether it makes sense or what it means to you? And if we can move in that direction, it'd probably help you and us as well. Because what you are getting is coordinating board, grants and special programs think, and programmer think. And then it's coming to the financial aid office to respond to, and those are three different worlds. And so if we can get us talking better, it'll make it all simpler. Okay? Any other Observations, thoughts? Okay, well, obviously, the last question about whether we should do this or not is probably the most important one that we need to try to resolve fairly soon. I gave us 2 months to get approval. I guess it's too much to figure out whether we should do this and ask for it and get approval, and that may not be enough time. So we may try to do a survey of institutions to get your feedback. We'll try to figure out how best to get your feedback, because from our perspective, we're collecting more data than we need to. And so it makes sense to us to cut it back. But if indeed cutting it back creates more of a problem for you than leaving it as it is, then that's a very relevant thing for us to consider. Okay? How are we doing on time? We have 16 minutes before we're officially out of time. Does anyone have any topic, anything more you want to say on reports? Yes, sir.
Not about reports. It's more about the website that it's College for All Texans. Keeping that website up to date is real important. A lot of times what I see when I'm trying to counsel families and kids and I refer them to the website, they come back and tell me that the website's wrong or the data is not up to date or they don't understand, they couldn't find the information. I think maybe adding some more interactive capabilities to it so that when the families are going to those websites to get financial aid information about specific schools.
Yeah, and I think that there is a project underway to revamp that and make it more user-friendly. I know they're also trying to figure out how to make it something that you can look at from your iPod and things like that, which is like talking foreign language to me. But I know people who are into that world are looking at that and trying to improve the user-friendliness of our website, especially the College for All Texans. Again, if you have specific suggestions, let us know. If you ever identify something that is wrong, let us know. As you can imagine, that thing is huge, and we don't have a lot of time to go through it frequently to make sure everything has been updated. So if you spot something, by all means, let us know so we can update it. Our intent is to have it accurate. Okay? I guess kind of in parting, I want to say thank you, all of you who bothered to come and join us today, and those of you out there who are tuned in. No question, these programs succeed because of the efforts that you put out to make them succeed. We maybe don't express our appreciation frequently enough or adequately, but we do appreciate that, and you make us look awfully good, and you make yourselves look good. Again, like I said, when we have these audits and they go, oh my gosh, this is terrible, and then we clean up all of the reporting errors, they said, well, that's going really well. And so you do a good job. If we can make the reporting process, and just maybe by not changing it for a while, we can do that and make the reporting process better, then we can maybe sort out some of the issues that we have. Your feedback is very, very welcome. We appreciate it. And unless you have some additional questions, comments, we'll close on this and wish you a safe trip home. Thank you for tuning in. And again, this broadcast should be available online for people who were unable to come today. Thank you very much.